Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ray Kennedy. I'm the rotating chair for this set of meetings. It is 9:30 on Monday, March 29th, 2021. And I will call this meeting to order and ask Mr. Singh to call the roll for us.
Thank you, Chair Kennedy. Commissioner Ahmad.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Angot and Gudagawa.
I'm here.
Commissioner Anderson.
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Here.
Commissioner Foranshari.
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Lamont.
Here.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Here.
Commissioner Sinyai.
Here.
Commissioner Taylor.
Present.
Commissioner Toledo.
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Yee.
Here.
And we missed Commissioner Turner.
And I'm here.
Sorry, Commissioner Turner.
No worries.
Chair Kennedy, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. And as usual, we will now open for public comment. Katie, good morning. Could you please read the instructions for public comment?
Yes, good morning, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the Commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 923-1796-5628 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press *6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. And again, if you are in the queue, please press *9 to raise your hand, indicating you wish to comment. We do have someone in the queue. Oh, and they have raised their hand.
Very good. Go ahead and invite them in, please.
Will do, Chair. And the floor is yours.
Good morning. My name is Peter Cannon, C-A-N-N-O-N. Regarding the Legal Committee's recommendation to have co-counsel for litigation, I wanted to make a few recommendations to maximize utility to the Commission and value to the taxpayer. These are based on the strengths and weaknesses identified by the Legal Committee during their deliberations. First, the committee identified Ucher as having the clearer and less expensive fee structure, while Gibson could provide the easiest access to additional personnel. Therefore, in most circumstances, Ucher should be treated as the lead firm, with Gibson supplementing where additional resources are required. This will keep costs down while maintaining flexibility depending on how much litigation arises. Second, the committee found that as VRA counsel, Ucher would offer greater efficiency, coordination, and strategy, while there were mixed reviews of Gibson's VRA work in 2010. Therefore, Ucher should be responsible for all work relating to the VRA and in consideration of race. This would include both before and after the lines are adopted. You need one firm dealing with this part of the law in and out of court. Third, therefore, Gibson should focus on preparing for litigation not related to the VRA, particularly where Ucher may not have sufficient capacity or where Gibson had greater overall strength. Fourth, the committee found Ucher specializing in representing government agency. The committee found they were specializing in representing government agencies. Therefore, Witcher should be designated lead on litigation relating to government bureaucracy, Bagley-Keene, state contracting rules, etc. So to summarize, use the cheaper firm wherever possible, use the bigger firm to supplement when needed. VRA counsel is your VRA litigation counsel. And lastly, leverage unique firm strengths where appropriate. I hope this helps. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cannon. Katie, do we have others?
We do have several people in the queue. I will open this one up. I would like to remind everyone in the queue to press *9 to raise your hand. We do have someone with their hand raised, however, though. So, and we now have multiple people. And the floor is yours.
Hello again, Commissioners. This is Cynthia Dye. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Regarding Agenda Item 10, I wish to share our experience hiring litigation counsel from the perspective of a non-lawyer 2010 commissioner who headed the Finance and Administration Committee. Hiring two firms definitely exceeded the cost of one. I'd recommend that you consider delaying your decision to hire counsel. There are plenty of time-sensitive decisions you must make. This is not one of them. We did not hire litigation counsel until shortly before we released our final maps. Reopening the RFP at a later date may provide better options. New AG Bonta may agree to defend the CRC, as is typically done for a government agency, which would dramatically reduce the cost. You may attract additional bidders after they see draft maps. Regarding our experience with Gibson Dunn, they were adequate as VRA counsel, but I believe we were much better served by two expert commissioners, as well as two at Q2, including one extremely experienced attorney who had previously worked at DOJ. Only after the AG declined to defend the CRC's maps did we consider hiring outside counsel. We would have happily awarded Morrison Forster the contract, but appointed Gibson Dunn as co-counsel because we thought they could bring MoFo up to speed faster. As the first CRC, we wanted to provide the best possible chances for our maps to prevail. I was very concerned about Gibson Dunn's billing the majority of our legal expenses. We objected to mass meetings between the firms where Gibson Dunn billed for numerous associates and senior partners, but we only got some of the charges reduced. I urge you to clarify billing practices before hiring. I share the concerns about lack of disclosure and conflicts of interest. For us, this alone would have been a disqualifier. Transparency and a nonpartisan ethos were key values we sought to embody. I urge you to be responsible stewards of taxpayer money, proactively seek information to thoroughly vet firms just as the auditor's office did for us. Take your time and save yourselves from having to terminate another critical hire. Thanks for listening. I submitted more complete comments in writing, and I'm happy to answer questions now or on Thursday. Unfortunately, I'm not available for the rest of today.
Are there any questions for Commissioner Dye while she's on the line? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Commissioner Dye, thank you so much for your comments.
No problem. Good luck.
Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
And I will be moving down the line. I would like to remind everyone in the queue, if you would like to make a comment, please press *9 to raise your hand.
Good morning.
The floor is yours.
Good morning. Just want to make sure you can hear me.
Yes.
Excellent. Good morning. This is Samuel Sukatan from the California League Conservation Voters Ed Fund. I'm not speaking around the Legal Affairs Committee recommendation, but I did notice that one of its members, Commissioner Sadwani, brought her attention on Twitter a really specific community of interest because, so you may remember, Councilmember De Leon was mentioning the bear that was visiting Eagle Rock residents. I'm sure it was lighthearted, but Commissioner Sadwani invited us to draw a bit of a community of interest, which we submitted. We drew some of the cities in the neighborhood together, folks that live along the edge of the Angeles National Forest and the San Gabriel's National Monument. So as we're going into a bit of a tense day, I just want to invite people to one, get some fresh air, and two, just like you're dealing with bears, no surprises, make no sudden movements, and again, just relax, because bears, just like the rest of us here, are just trying to live their lives. And I actually want to thank Commissioner Sadwani for that suggestion. We did submit a draft map around the neighborhood, and I'll definitely be tweeting it back out to you later. Thank you, Commissioner. But again, thanks for carrying a lot of difficult decisions this morning, and I hope you're having a great meeting this week.
Thank you so much. My neighbors here in Morongo Valley may be interested in something along the same lines, since we have bear sightings here as well. Katie, our next caller.
Yes. And we have one more. And the floor is yours.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Renee Westa-Lusk calling just two things. The handout listed for today's meeting, handout number 9A, CCRC redistricting timeline scenarios. It's not openable from my end of the line. I can't open that handout, so I don't know what's in it. And then I have a question about when individuals or organizations from a community send in written public input through letters or emails. Is anyone from a community eligible to submit letters, including local elected officials? Just wanted that clarified. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Westa-Lusk. Anyone is invited to submit public comment. It is public. It will be posted on our website for the commissioners viewing, but for the public's viewing as well. So we are happy to receive input from anyone. Marion, I don't know if you have anything you'd like to add.
No, you are correct. Anyone may submit comment, including elected officials.
So thank you for that question. The handout, and I don't know if you would like some help offline in getting to that. We can also try to share a screen with this on it if and when we discuss it, but it is looking at various scenarios and how the redistricting timeline interacts with the election timeline for the 2022 primary elections, which are currently scheduled for early June of 2022. Commissioner Sadwani.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just wanted to add, when I clicked it, I was able to open it, but I'm sure everyone's operating off of different systems. When Ms. Schellenberger joins the call later today, she is intending to share her screen and share this document so everyone will be able to see it. I also just wanted to apologize. Some of these documents were only posted this morning. I know that we do have a strong desire to get things out sooner than that. And I just want to own that was my fault. It fell through the cracks this weekend, and I just didn't get it out for posting prior to that. So my apologies to all of my colleagues as well as the public on that.
Ms. Westa-Lusk, we do anticipate a discussion on this as part of 9A, update and discussion regarding impact of census delay on CRC calendar and electoral cycle. And we have invited a few outside resources to join us at 11:15 following the morning break. So if you would like to follow that discussion, we will be going into that immediately following the morning break.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And that was it for our callers, Chair.
Very good. Thank you, Katie. Are there general announcements at this point or items of interest from individual commissioners or staff? Commissioner Sadwani.
So I did just want to follow up on the comment that was made. Yes, it had been tweeted at, I think at me as well as at We Draw the Lines, a video of LA City Council member Kevin De Leon doing a video of bear sightings in Eagle Rock. And, you know, there's an individual dressed up as a bear kind of dancing around him behind. So I did respond saying, if you're interested, it was tweeted at us as this is a community of interest that we should be thinking about. And so I just responded with a emoji smiley face saying, you know, you are welcome to submit a community of interest at the Coitul website. So it does to me, when I saw that, it did raise a question for me though. If people are tweeting at us, are we capturing that? Are we putting it on our website somewhere? I think that we should. I don't know that we have a protocol for doing that yet, but I do think we should, you know, have that on our radar. I think especially as things pick up, you know, that will be an important piece to be monitoring as well. You know, I can't stop. I think I've seen many of us get tweeted at different points in time, so I'm not sure how to respond to that or to not respond, but I just wanted to raise that piece.
And we have inquired about the possibility of having the commission's Twitter feed mirrored on the commission website to increase access to it. Mr. Ceja.
I did want to mention, thank you, Commissioner Sadwani, that as you start talking to the community via social media, that it's perfectly fine. I mean, we all have conversations on social media, but once you start getting questions about public input or input to the commission, it's totally appropriate to send them to either wedrawthelineC.org or drawmycaliforniacommunity.org so that we can capture that information properly. And then I had an additional comment. I want to make it a point to start publicly announcing for the record what's on the public comments list for this week. We did receive substantial public comment. So I'll just read it off the list, and this is posted on our website under the 329 meeting tab. So we did receive a public comment from Faustina Washburn, from Mr. John Tudor, from the Napa Valley Vintners, from Lloyd Champion, part of Sherman Oaks, also known as POSO, Christopher Pond, the Wine Growers of Napa Assembly letter, the Wine Growers of Napa House of Representatives letter. They also shared the Wine Growers of Napa Valley Senate letter that they sent in to our senators. We received a public comment from Beckerstoff Vineyards, from Tony Bernard regarding item 10, meeting interpretation recommendations letter from some of our community partners. Beth Femino, also regarding item 10. Angelo Anchetta, also regarding item 10. Cynthia Dye, also regarding item 10. Letter to the legislature, or letter from the legislature to the commission. And then a public comment from Stacy Anderson. And again, those are all posted on our website.
And I want to take the opportunity to thank all of those who took the time to provide that public input. We encourage everyone with questions or concerns or points that they wish to share with the commission to continue to do so. So thank you to all of those. Marion, did you have anything else that you wanted to add regarding social media responses?
Nothing at this time, Commissioner.
Very good. Commissioner Sinai?
I just wanted to share that I did meet with the representatives from all the farm bureaus in Zone B, or they were all invited, and 3 were able to attend. Some farm bureaus have smaller staffing than others, but it was a really helpful meeting just to understand more that the rural area and the agriculture side. And the reason I'm really bringing it up is to encourage all of you to reach out to your farm bureau folks, especially if you have rural areas. And the list of all the local contacts is attached to our that one list that the state outreach list that we've been sharing. So that has all the links to different organizations statewide that have local chapters that can help you in your local outreaches.
Very good. Thank you so much. Let me just, again, for those joining us, do a quick review of the agenda. We will have the executive director's report, including discussion and possible action on staffing and personnel, as well as budget, contracts, and/or procurement. The deputy executive director's report on outreach activities, chief counsel's report, communication director's report, and then subcommittee reports. No matter what, our intent is to take up item 9A, the impact of the census delay on our calendar and the electoral cycle at 11:15. If we, depending on how long that takes, we would proceed with the other subcommittee updates before lunch, as well as probably after lunch. We anticipate an update, including recommendation and discussion from the Legal Affairs Committee. The government sector panel, given the heavy agenda that we have, that will be deferred for probably the meeting on the 12th and 13th of April. The line drawer RFP subcommittee, we do anticipate a report there, followed by data management. We will be going into closed session this afternoon. I anticipate that will be after the afternoon break. So we would likely close the public portion of today at the time that we take the afternoon break, and then return in closed session, reconvening in open session tomorrow morning with a report on any actions taken in closed session. We also anticipate that item 12, we would have a presentation from the selected line drawers on Thursday. And the intent is to complete our agenda by lunchtime on Thursday, so that there could be a committee meeting Thursday afternoon, and that would be the public input meeting design subcommittee meeting Thursday after lunch. So that is the review of the agenda. Don't know if there are
Chair,
any questions.
Chair, this
Yes.
is Christian. I don't have us scheduled for tomorrow. Do you mean Thursday?
Sorry, Thursday, yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yes, this is an experiment that we decided on some time back, to have a 2-day, or in this case 1.5 day meeting, with the 2 days separated by a few days. So we're going to see how this works. If it works well, we may do it again. If it doesn't work well, we tried. With that, unless there are any other updates or comments from commissioners, I would ask the executive director to begin his report. Director Hernandez.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Commissioners. First, I'm going to start off by talking about our staff and personnel. You've all had a chance to hear our administrative assistant, Ravinder Singh. He started with us on March 22nd last week and has quickly acclimated himself to the Commission. Mr. Singh will be taking notes, doing a summary, indexing the meeting, and assisting in future agendas. He's also going to be staffing our front desk and our main phone line, and will be monitoring our Voter First Act email. So welcome, Mr. Singh. In regards to our account analyst, we have made a recommendation to the Finance and Administration Subcommittee to hire the account analyst. The candidate is currently an Accountant 1 with the California Highway Patrol and has over 3 years in state service. The candidate brings knowledge of the state administrative manual and government code as it relates to invoices. The candidate is also very familiar with fiscal and personal transaction functions that will assist both our fiscal director and our deputy administrator. And the candidate has an eye for detail. So I am asking for confirmation of that hire from the commission, and the Finance and Subcommittee will bring that up. In regards to our other positions and government code as it relates to invoices, it is also it's interesting. I'm hearing myself. Okay. In regards to our field staff leads, the paperwork will be submitted today if it hasn't already been submitted, and hopefully it will post at the end of the day or early tomorrow. We'll be hiring regionally. One of the things that held it up is that we had to hire or include that we're going to be hiring regionally, 1 in Northern California, Central area, and 2 in Southern, LA and San Diego split. So that's where we are with that one. The Director of Outreach, the paperwork will be submitted as well. And finally, our Chief Counsel, the paperwork was submitted. We're hoping to have that posted today. As soon as that gets posted, we'll add those, that one and all the others onto our website as well. All right, moving on to the protocols for the Commission communication. I'm going to defer to the Finance and Administration Subcommittee to discuss any updates they may have on any protocols. So, moving on to our budget. Our last budget projections were posted on February 8th, 2021, and shortly thereafter we found out that the census data would be delayed until September 30th. So we have posted the revised budget projections. So they're out there on our web under the handouts. And you'll note that we have increased our estimated budget shortfall from $7.162 million to $8.593 million. It's an increase of approximately $1.4 million. And that's attributable to new contracts under the contract services and including costs for our in-person meetings. So now I'm going to just go over high-level highlights for your convenience. Operational cost, we moved Commissioner per diem out of the outreach and public input meetings and also the line drawer sessions and moved it all up per your direction into the per diem. So we didn't separate it out for each of the activities under the outreach and all the other public input meetings and sessions. So it's all now included in that one line item for per diems. Under the contract services, you'll notice that we now have the line drawer contract included on there. That's $1.6 million. We've also increased legal services and VRA counsel since we now are working on getting those contracts in place. And we also have included the videography, business meetings, and line drawing RFP cost estimates. So those are an increase as well. And we have under the outreach section, under production, we've increased materials by $50,000, and we talked about that at the last meeting. That's for the printing of the paper COI, community of interest in a paper format. And again, I mentioned that we moved out the per diems, and we've also added the CRC-sponsored redistricting meetings that I mentioned at the last meeting, given that we may be going towards public input meetings Also, you'll see that has been included there at the very end. In regards to the public input meetings themselves, we've included estimates for in-person meetings should we shift at some point. We want to make sure we have the funding for that, and also for the line drawing sessions. Are there any questions that you have at this point? Okay, I will move on. Our fiscal director has been in contact with the Department of Finance and will provide
Director Hernandez?
Oh, yes.
Sorry. Under the operational budget, or maybe I missed it. I'm not seeing that I missed it. Postage for the paper communities of interest tool. I'm not sure I see postage anywhere in the budget. And we've been discussing, we're intending to have that as a postage paid item to come back through business reply mail, which means we need to fund our business reply permit account before we start distributing those forms, so that when people drop them in the mail, we can get them.
That's correct. I do not have it there. I will talk with our fiscal director and see if it's already included. If not, we'll definitely need to be adding that cost into the budget. Thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. As I mentioned, our fiscal director has been in contact with the Department of Finance and will provide the budget estimate when it is approved, and has already reached out to them just to let them know that we're working on that and it needs to be approved by the commission before it goes to them. The videography RFP posted on March 16th, and the proposals are due today. And so we'll be receiving those. Just wanted to let you know about that. Moving on to the outreach updates. One of the things that I've done is changed, per the commission recommendation, change the Deputy Executive Director's report will now be the Outreach Director's report on future agenda items, on future agendas, I should say. In regards to the outreach update, as was mentioned when we approved the strategic outreach plan back in January 28th of this year, the plan was, and continues to be a living document that would be updated as we move forward. So the current plan that we had out there did not reflect the extended dates of the census delays or any other adjustments that have been made. But you will see that we will be posting an updated, or we have posted an updated draft with some of the changes that have come up for you to review and or approve if necessary. I will defer to the Outreach and Engagement Subcommittee to further discuss that if you have any specific questions on the revised strategic plan. And that concludes my report. Oh, yes, Commissioner Fernandez, or Vice Chair Fernandez, I should say.
Actually, sped through everything, which was fine, but I really wanted to go back to the staffing. I think it's been customary for us, if there's new hires, that we vote and make motions for them during this time versus the subcommittee. So I wanted to know if we should continue to operate that way. Chair, do you have a preference?
I would probably concur that now would be better than under the subcommittee. I mean, in my mind, the subcommittee reviews the recommendation, but the request for approval is actually coming from the executive director.
Right.
And so I would agree that now is a better time.
Okay, and so with that, I will make a motion. And as Director Hernandez mentioned, both Commissioner Fornashari and I have reviewed the resume, the duty statement, and we do concur that the candidate does have the qualifications. We're very fortunate to find someone that sounds like we'll need minimal training to be an asset right away. So I do make a recommendation that we hire the account analyst position.
Very good. Is there a second? Commissioner Fornaciari, thank you. Discussion? Okay, and before we vote, we need to invite public comment. Katie, would you please invite public comment? This is on a potential hire that has been recommended by the Admin and Finance Subcommittee and requested by the Executive Director.
I had to make notes on that one. Okay. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted to enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed, it is 923-179-65628 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk. Press star 6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. And the Commission is taking public comment on a potential hire that they just discussed. And there is no one in the queue at this time.
We will stand by until the live stream catches up.
And the instructions are complete on this stream, Chair.
Okay, let's give it 30 seconds so that people have time to follow the instructions. Okay, thank you, Katie.
You're welcome.
If we can have Mr. Singh call the roll for the vote, and we start with the person after the chair. So I forget who comes after me, but Commissioner Lamont.
Chair Kennedy, for this go around, I'm going to do the vote.
You'll call the roll.
Yes, sorry
Okay,
about that.
Very good.
We're still transitioning over to that.
Okay.
All right. So the motion is to hire the account analyst recommended by me, the executive director. Motion made by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Fornaciari. Commissioner Lamont,
Yes.
Commissioner Sadwani,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanai,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Toledo,
Yes.
Commissioner Turner,
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez, Commissioner Yee,
Yes.
Commissioner Ahmed,
Yes.
Commissioner Akutagawa,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Fornashari,
Yes.
and Commissioner Kennedy.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you for that. Is there anything else on outreach at this point? Director Hernandez?
The only other thing, and I think the subcommittee will talk about, is that we had a very productive meeting with the USDR that they are going to be helping us with a database. And so that is very exciting news. Other than that, I believe the subcommittee will report on any additional information. Thank you.
Very good. Very good. Thank you. Marion, do you have anything to report at this point?
Yes, as I mentioned in my email to you all about the Ohio case, the Census Bureau announced during that hearing that they would be releasing what they call legacy format summary redistricting data files. They since put out a announcement about it, saying that that would be released to all states by mid to late August 2021. They said, because we recognize that most states lack the capacity or resources to tabulate the data from these summary files, we reaffirm our commitment to providing all states tabulated data in our user-friendly system by September 30th. I must admit I didn't understand what this legacy format summary redistricting data file was, but in reading Ms. McDonald's memo to you all that was posted this morning, and I trust her and her skills and abilities, she says that we are one of the states who do have the capacity to use that data. If that is true, then I agree with the letter from the legislature to you all that release of that information would trigger the time for you to begin working on your redistricting maps. Now, the timing on that is still a little vague because they say they will release it by mid to late August. If it were by August 15th, that would mean that your first draft maps are due no later than November 15th, and your final ones would be due by the end of December. Of course, that's a moving target depending on when the census actually releases this legacy data. But I would encourage the commission to be flexible in adjusting its timeline and to use, if Ms. Karin is correct, to use the release of the summary legacy data as the time to commence your 4.5 months for preparing your maps. Any questions? I know it's going to be talked about. Ms. McDonald is talking. Other people are talking later today.
That is very helpful. That will obviously trigger an adjustment to the Gantt chart that we are trying to keep up to date. It will need to be taken into account in another iteration of the strategic outreach plan. Essentially, this will determine a lot about our way forward. So thank you for that. And yes, we will be discussing this further approximately an hour from now. Are there any other questions or comments at this point from commissioners? Okay. Seeing none, the next item is the Communication Director's report. Mr. Ceja, please.
All right, thank you so much. And that's exciting news. Feels like everything's coming together. So just wanted to let you all know that last week we did a series of interviews. Commissioner Toledo was on KSRO radio. Commissioner Ahmed was on the Milpitas Beat. Director Hernandez did an interview with El Informe Maddie. And Commissioner Yee did an interview this morning with KQMS Radio. So the interviews are starting to roll in. I did my first initial touch last week, just blasting all the zones in case I wanted to do a story on the process or highlight the commissioners. And this week I'll follow up with phone calls to the different regions that haven't received any love yet. don't fret. We have plenty of time to do these interviews, and I just wanted to thank everyone for participating. And you all sound so professional when you're doing your interviews. It's like you're the experts in this field, and it's so amazing to see that happen. So thank you so much. Also wanted to bring up the fact that we're starting to receive public comment and public input. If you look at the list under public comments, this agenda on the website, you'll start to see a mix of both public comment and public input, where people are saying, hey, keep my Napa Valley region together, don't split it up. So wanted to bring that conversation up to you commissioners on how best to capture the information, where to put it, and how to report out when these things come in. So today, what I did was take an opportunity under the announcements to let you all know what was under public comment, but then also want to bring up the conversation if we want to add a tab on our website to include or to park public input, because we're not using public input yet, but we do want to keep it somewhere so it's readily available when we do start having those conversations and drawing maps. So wanted to open that up for conversation.
Commissioner Taylor and I will be putting together more comprehensive recommendations for progress on the website, but I would say that yes, it is important to have that input somewhere easily accessible on the website. So my personal feeling at this point, before sitting down and discussing it with Commissioner Taylor, would be yes, and I would welcome any other input from commissioners. Commissioner Anderson.
Oh, thank you, Director Seha, for bringing that up to our attention. And the website subcommittee will, I know, do a very good job of making good, solid recommendations. One thing I would suggest, just for ease of the public viewing of this input, is if we could possibly group it by county and or possibly then region. So someone could quickly kind of look up what's in their area. Just that, obviously, that is an item that will be further dealt with, I believe, by the data management subcommittee. But in terms of just general public viewing, that might be the quickest, easiest thing to help. So thank you.
So I will touch base with Commissioners Taylor and Kennedy about the website portion. But as public comment comes in either through email, would the appropriate protocol be to share that with the entire commission before we post it anywhere and say, hey, this has come in so far? I think we've been doing that so far. So
Commissioner Fernandez and then Commissioner Sinai.
I think if we have a separate tab, I don't necessarily think it needs to be shared with all of us when you get it. And as long as it's in that tab, I think that would suffice, because it would be public information out there. I would hate to lose it in my email. And I know that having a separate tab would definitely keep it visible for everyone else.
Commissioner Sinai.
I was thinking through kind of our agreement that all data is equal. Doesn't matter if it's the first or the last that we receive, and we're not going to get emails for every COI we receive, so it may not make sense for every community of interest map we receive. So it may make sense to put it in a tab, as Commissioner Fernandez said, and then we review all of it at one time when we're looking at that area.
Thank you. Any others? Commissioner Sadwani.
Thank you. I completely agree with everything that's been said. If there's a way, as the database that's being developed through data management, as that becomes developed, if there can be some sort of connection between the two, I think at some point, as we're seeing already, the volume of submissions is going to increase exponentially. And so that list, I think having it available somewhere on our website is absolutely important, but ensuring that that there's some rhyme or reason to it besides simply the day in which it arrived to us, I think would be really, really helpful and beneficial to think through how to best achieve that.
And we do need to look back because, we have received sporadically public input over the months. I mean, we can probably go back into last year and find input from individuals that we would want to capture under that tab.
The other thing I wanted to mention is that I posted an op-ed, draft op-ed under the website for my report. So the idea was to have the chair, which is Commissioner Kennedy, pen the first op-ed, just letting the public know what we're doing with the extra time that we have because of the census delays. But because we have new information today, we might want to change that depending on how the conversation goes later today. So that's out there. We'll try to pitch the first op-ed to a major newspaper and then use that template or other templates that are out there to pitch local op-eds in your zones under your title for the commissioners that belong to those zones. Again, this is part of the education process, letting people know what we're doing with our time and when we expect to have those final maps in. We do have the redistricting video. They're putting the final touches on it. So we met with the material subcommittee and we came up with 2 additional slides. So we're going to need to incorporate that into the video. One is what sort of COI information we're asking the public for. So it's letting them know, hey, this is how to explain your community. This is the input that we're looking for. And then the other slide that we thought would be essential is language access. How we're going about making sure that we're allowing all Californians to participate in our process. So we value that. And for all those community groups that are out there that have been telling us, hey, this is important, we get it. And so we're incorporating it into the slide presentation so that you feel like you're being heard, but also letting the public know how best to go about getting the information in their language. So we will be adding those and hopefully we can come back Thursday and present it to you then. And so the last thing I wanted to share is that we have the social media toolkit that we're going to be sending out this week, today, to our community partners. So the idea is to provide social media content for nonprofits, the advocacy organizations, the Farm Bureau, whoever else wants to share our content on social media. So sending out that information on a weekly basis, providing the assets, which is the photos for social media, and then suggested language for Facebook, for Instagram, and for Twitter, so that they can just keep reshuffling our information on a weekly basis and letting their audiences know what we're doing as a commission.
Very good. Commissioner Sinai?
Director, can you just make sure that the commissioners are on the email list that gets that social media toolkit, just so we're in the loop? Thank you.
And we'll post them on
Very
our
good.
website.
Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you, Director Seha. And one thing I would like to emphasize in all of our communications is please have all the public go to our community of interest tool and use this. And we should talk this up because we don't want to have everyone, all the public think, I'm just waiting for these, quote, public input meetings. Now is the time to get involved. If we could please emphasize that, because I believe all too many people think nothing really matters until we start going out to the public. So I just would like to bring that up.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Sinai?
I believe that that's the main purpose of the op-ed that's been drafted, so that people know we want to hear from you now.
I'll include this in my discussions with Commissioner Taylor, but I also think it's important whenever possible, whenever reasonably possible, that when we refer people to the website, we refer them to a specific place on the website. Because if all we do is say, look at our website, then they're left hanging as to where to find something on the website. So I hope that we can be as specific as possible and help people find what they're looking for. They can take whatever time they want to explore the website, but if we are referring people to something specific on the website, I would suggest that we be as specific as possible as to where to find that on the website, so that they don't waste time that they don't want to spend moving around the website. Okay, anything else in your report?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much. Okay, so with that, we're going on 10:30. We will go ahead and start subcommittee updates, but we will skip item 9A for now until we come back from our break at 11:15. So we are now at 9B, Finance and Administration. Commissioners Fernandez and Fornashari, please.
Thank you, Chair. There was a report that was posted because we had quite a few items since our last meeting. We've already talked about the accountant position, so thank you so much for approving that. At the last meeting, or maybe it was the meeting before, I honestly can't remember, we were directed, excuse me, to review our current hiring process because there was, I guess, questions last time as to whether or not we should do the hiring and the discussion during closed session versus open session. And so what Commissioner Fornashari did is he provided the current language that we had already approved as a commission to delegate the review of the resume and the recruitment information and the duty statement, to have our subcommittee review that and then report back in terms of whether we had issues or not, whether we agree with the recommendations that were being made. And at this point, we feel, and at that point, our policy also states that at the executive level positions, we do conduct that hiring in our closed session and the discussion as well, and then we report out in open session. But all other positions we discuss in open session. So our recommendation is just to keep with our current policy. And again, I just want to reiterate the reason we don't give the person's name is because they aren't hired yet. And some of them don't, in case maybe their current employer is listening, they want to be the ones to tell their employer first before they hear it from someone else. And then again, I believe it was Commissioner Lamont's last time, we're making motions to hire to fill the position, not necessarily the person. So again, that's why we're recommending we don't make changes to the current policy. So I didn't know if you wanted to discuss that further, Chair Kennedy, or just move. Should I just keep moving? You're on mute right now.
Let's see if there are comments from commissioners. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. I'm just clarifying. When we say the hiring process for the executive staff will be conducted by the entire commission, okay. Oh, executive. Okay, I just want to make sure that the next line seemed to say executive director was organizing things, but I see that the staff is indeed by the commission, the executive staff, where the lower staff is. So I withdraw my comment. Thank you.
Any other comment? I would observe that, it is important for the full commission to approve the creation of positions. I guess my question would be to council. My understanding is we are still required to approve each individual hired, not just the creation of the position. And if we're required to approve the individual, it has always seemed a bit counterintuitive to me to be asked to approve someone that we know little to nothing about.
Yes, Chair, that is correct. Under your statute, it takes a special vote, 3 from each subgroup, for any hiring of all employees. So it does have to be a vote on each hire. As to how you do that, that's a policy decision for you all.
Right. Commissioner Lamont.
For me, I think it's a matter of interpretation. We're approving the position and we're approving the hire, but we're not involved in the interview process. And whether they give us 3 sentences or give us 3 paragraphs, we've not met the person, we've not interviewed the person. And I think that's the point, kind of the sticking point, is some people feel like they don't have enough information. And I think by keeping it focused on, we are voting on the position first, the creation of that position, and then we're voting to support the executive director or the hiring manager in their choice. So it suggests to me that we trust the executives that we've hired who are serving as hiring managers to make those decisions, and we're doing our regulatory duty to vote on the hiring. But I would caution us about getting focused on the interview, the review of the person. I mean, if there are some very specific, I don't know, conflict of interest criteria or something that's flag raising, maybe there's some kind of vetting process that could be put in. And I think we have that through our subcommittee because they work with, on all the hires, they work with the various hiring managers. So with that said, I would support Commissioner Fernandez and Fornashari's recommendation to leave the policy as is.
Commissioner Fernandez.
And I just want to clarify, Chair Kennedy, that Commissioner Fornashari and I, we do review the duty statements, we do review the resumes, we do review the applications just to make sure that the candidate does have the skills that they're looking for. Also, we do also confirm that there was vetting done in terms of reference checks of the candidate.
No, that is helpful. It has also seemed to me that inviting public comment when the public doesn't know who the person is also a bit counterintuitive. But it is important for the public to understand the process that the subcommittee goes through and to take some assurance away that we are carrying this out responsibly. So thank you for that. Okay, go ahead with the next item then.
Okay. And so for the next one, Commissioner Kennedy, or Chair Kennedy, I'll have to, what is it called? Eat crow or whatever. Apparently there were transcripts being done. So right now we have asked our administrative director of administration, Villanueva, to find out where they are. So once we find out where the transcripts are, then they will be posted to the website. So I misunderstood, or I guess I actually never knew that we had transcripts. I had asked a few times. So hopefully soon. And I did receive an update from Mr. Villanueva this morning, and we're hoping by the end of the week to have resolution as to 1, to locate who has them, and then 2, to post those to our website. So yay, good news. That's good.
It is good news, and it is something that we had been promising. If you read the important notes to the agenda, that is included in those important notes. So yes, I'm very happy that we will be carrying through with that commitment.
Yes, thank you. And then the next, any other questions? I'll keep going. Okay, the next one is recommendation for agenda management. Initially, we had Commissioner Fernashari and I, we had looked into possibly contracting out to have an automated agenda building solution. And so at this point, we've actually dropped moving forward with that. We did actually meet with someone, but it just feels at this point that the commission really is a short-lived 1 year and for us to get it started. And it's just a lot of effort to go into that. Also the costs associated with it. But on the other hand, we have good news. Thank you to Christian, our wonderful videographer. He has shown us, they also do the videography for the California Department of Education for their board. And he showed us through YouTube, it's a free, which is a great deal. It's a free feature that we can actually post our video meetings. And what we do is, I'd probably have Robbie, Mr. Singh, it'd probably be his function. What they do is they index. So they would index the specific agenda items so that they just have to click on it and it takes them directly to the video link in terms of when that item was discussed. So that's what we're going to recommend, or we're going to look into further. And Christian has offered to train 1 or 2 individuals, which is great. And they'll work collaboratively with staff to get that moving. So that was additional good news also.
So with that,
any questions?
Are we able to go back and so we could post past meetings all the way back to the beginning of the 2020 commission and they would do the same?
That was something that we discussed because obviously it would be time consuming potentially. But I also mentioned to Executive Director Hernandez that might be a good job for like student assistants, because if you can imagine having to watch days and days of meetings. So we're also working with that too. Yeah, that would be the goal. And so we're just going to have to work towards that and towards that goal, and hopefully, and that should be included in the budget as well.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to move on now. Yes. So the last part, Commissioner Furnishari and I had discussed at the last meeting, our business meeting costs, and we do have information on that handout that Commissioner Furnishari provided. And I believe now my addition's a little bit off right now, but I think it was like $7,000 or $8,000 a day. If we don't cancel a meeting in time, we're still charged $7,000 or $8,000 because we still have the videographer. And obviously this makes sense because they're providing, it's their job and they're providing a service. So it would be your videographer, your sign language, your captioning, and your transcription. So with that, we're just hopeful that as we move forward and we build our agendas, we're just a little bit more deliberate in terms of how we schedule agenda items. And if we have anything for placeholders, to please be very cautious and let the chair know as soon as possible if those agenda items are no longer going to be needed. Because if it's a difference of maybe having an extra hour or two for a meeting versus carrying it over to the next day for a couple hours, it would make sense to make it a 8-hour meeting versus a 6-hour meeting and a 2-hour meeting. So I was just trying to be a little bit more aware of the financial costs that go out. And although they said that they require a 24-hour minimum notice so that we don't incur these additional costs, it'd be great if we had 2-day notice. So I just want to throw that out there as we're all building our agendas in the future, to just be aware of that, of the additional costs regards. I know many of us are elated when we have that extra day, or we get done early. It's great, but then on the flip side of it, we also have a fiduciary responsibility, I feel, to make sure that we use the funds as efficiently as possible. So are there any questions? And Commissioner Furnishari, this was really your report, but
thank you for taking care of it for me. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure, anytime. We're a team.
Any questions or comments from other commissioners? Okay, 9C is the Gantt chart. So at this point, given the new information in Ms. McDonald's note, as well as the letter from the legislature, Commissioner Taylor and I will endeavor to update the Gantt chart. This will also be informed by the discussion of 9A that we'll have in just over half an hour. So by the next meeting, we should have an updated Gantt chart up on the website. 9D, line drawers RFP. Now we have a separate item on the agenda, item 12. So unless the subcommittee wants to take its 5 minutes or less at this point, Commissioner Anderson, go ahead.
Yes, it is with great joy and excitement that the line drawing subcommittee is pleased to say the contract has been approved. It was approved as of late Thursday. We had the pleasure of meeting with representatives from both Haystack and Q2 on Friday. There's much to be talked about, worked out. They will be giving us a short presentation on Thursday. Looks like it'll be Thursday morning. So we are very excited and very pleased. They are also aware of how deadlines and things are changing. They have many different ideas about ways they can move things forward and assist. So it will be, as we work with them, it'll be very productive. That will not be the full point of their discussion on Thursday. It will be more of an introduction and organizational type of thing, and we'll have more meetings to come. So Commissioner Sudline, did you want to add anything?
That's it. Thank you so much.
Very good. So we agenda item 12 then would be on Thursday. Right. 9E, VRA compliance, Commissioners Sadwani and Yee.
Well, I think a part of VRA compliance will also be discussing the recommendation of the Legal Affairs Committee in terms of VRA Council. Just as a way of an update, we're trying to create a panel. We were hoping for April 12th and 13th. I don't think Commissioner Yee actually knows this just yet, but I think that date is actually not going to work for our panelists to receive the presentation from PPIC. In terms of changes in demographics from 2010 using the ACS data, American Community Survey. So stay tuned on that, and we're working to try and bring that to you. I think in the next couple of weeks, as the line drawer comes on, as we make some determinations around the VRA and Litigation Council, we'll have plenty of opportunities for trainings in the coming weeks and month or so. So. Certainly we're thinking about this also in terms of it. In the meantime, we also did reach out to a researcher from CUNY in the state of New York. They have a really great tool called Redistricting and You. We are potentially looking to see if that researcher can come and join us and give an overview of the tool, but you all can also just find that Redistricting and You, I think, .org. I can double check that and share that with everyone. It's a great tool specifically looking at where lines are drawn right now, and this is for the entire United States, and taking a look at potential population shifts in a given district where the lines are drawn now, right? So it just gives you a sense of how much of a differentiation there would be. There's a lot of factors that we don't know yet, right? What will be the total number of people in a district when we draw it this time around, et cetera. So there's many things to still work out, but it's kind of a fun tool to play around with, and certainly a great piece just to kind of wrap our minds around the job in front of us. Commissioner Yee?
Very good.
That's all. Thank you.
Very good. Any questions for the VRA compliance subcommittee? Okay, outreach and engagement, Commissioner Sinai and Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, we just have a very brief report. Most of the work we've done over the last week or so will be in letter O. But we did meet with the outreach team a few times over the past week and came up with some recommendations on moving forward with outreach that are contained in our report. So continue to leverage past and upcoming redistrict basics presentations, promote through social media, regular media, through the commissioners, through the newsletter, target opportunities to broaden reach. Statewide, we're doing continuing some statewide engagement with organizations. Excuse me. And then continue to monitor the regions in California to ensure we're reaching out to everyone. And then continue presentations in Spanish. I'm sorry, Commissioner Sinai, what's the organization who translated our presentation?
Commissioner Sadwani did a presentation for Shirla, and they had it translated while she was speaking in English. They had it translated.
Yeah. So we're getting that translated version of our presentation for us to use too. Yeah, so our second recommendation is to promote 2 redistricting basics presentations, one in English and one in Spanish with Q&A. And we'll record those. We're proposing to do those on April 20th in English at 2 p.m. before the business meeting that's from 4 to 8. And then we're proposing to do the Spanish one April 26th at 5 p.m. after our business meeting that day. And we're proposing to have multiple commissioners do that presentation in Spanish. And again, with Q&A, we'll record those presentations and have those posted on our website and available for other for folks to view or other organizations to use. In particular for the Spanish presentation, we'll have sign language closed captioning and comments and questions in language. So we're proposing to go ahead and do that. I don't know that we need a vote or anything. I just want to open it up for comment or thoughts on that.
Commissioner Simone?
I just wanted, for those who were in the design working group, or also known as the Public Input Design Subcommittee, I think. Anyway, I've nicknamed it so it's shorter, but this builds on the conversation that we had about do we dub in all 14 languages the presentation, and the cost is a lot to dub all 14 of them, and we're still exploring that, and we still want to make everything as accessible, especially when requested. But this was our recommendation on how to use our resources, our what the trade-offs were and the impact we can make. Especially the first one, we feel that there's still a lot more potential of promoting those presentations that are happening, even if we're not hosting it, but others are, and just thinking that through. So we'll continue to just do that. For 3, I'm really, really excited, and Freddie can probably talk more to this, but we're looking at creating shorter presentations because it's going to be, not too many people are going to sit through a 15 minute or half an hour presentation. But if we create little vignettes that can, in different languages with the subtitles underneath, we can get a lot more information out to more people in a more engaging way.
Thank you. One question on my part, we've talked a lot about making these as convenient as possible to people throughout the state. And I understand and embrace the idea of these being posted so that people can access them anytime. But I'm still looking at the English presentation being done at 2 p.m. and wondering if we should look for an opportunity to do it later in the day when we might have a larger live audience. Alternatively, I could possibly see going with 2 of each, but I take your point about the cost of dubbing and subtitling 2 sets of videos rather than just 1 set of videos. And so, yes, we do need to take that into consideration. But I
think that's a great point, Chair. And one of our thoughts is once it is actually a video, we can have it at different times and do the Q&A live. So we can have different commissioners. So we could be doing Facebook Live or YouTube Live. And so we can be doing it. And that's why English and Spanish were the 2 that we really wanted to create as soon as possible so that we could get out to as many people in different ways. So we are thinking that the reason we have it at the times we have it is we were looking for the cost-effective way of doing it with our existing meetings.
Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering, we have Director Seha that's already worked on a video of all of the commissioners. So I'm trying to determine how is this different from the video we've already prepared.
So the difference in this case would be there'd be live Q&A that would be recorded and go along with it.
And it'll have the new slides. So we're constantly updating the presentation. But we could use the video and just do the Q&A as well. We could do it either of those 2 ways. The bigger question we were having was we had asked, staff looked into the research of how much would it cost to dub into all 14 languages and we're still going to translate the slides and probably the script in all 14 languages, but the actual dubbing will be we need to still talk this further with the language access group, but we were thinking that could be done at request, to be very open for at requests.
Commissioner Kitagawa.
Yes, I piggyback on what Commissioner Sinai just mentioned. I believe when we last had a conversation, we did recommend that the PowerPoint presentation itself be translated into the 12 languages, but we actually recommended that we don't translate the script, partly because the script is long, and also we believe that that there will be nuances that I think those who will be giving the presentations in language would probably prefer to use just the PowerPoint as its base and then be able to then present out. And we didn't feel that, just from a resources point of view, we thought that if we translated the PowerPoint, that would actually be the most useful tool to translate. And we're also concerned about how much time it takes to also roll out the script changes. And since there's constant changes going on to it, we were concerned about having to constantly update it too. And then also, if I can make a comment on the short little vignettes, I think it's a great idea. I just wanted to just share briefly that I had a conversation with one of the organizations or entities in my particular zone, and they are a local community college that is being very proactive and actively engaged in helping to ensure that redistricting is shared with the the community college community as well as the district-wide community. And one of the things that they did also suggest is using the students to do those little vignettes that they themselves plan to create. And part of it is it's students speaking to students. And then also they're recruiting different students who can speak other languages so that they'll also be presenting in various languages. And we've connected the school with the outreach and communications team. So I think there's going to be some conversations going on. We have already asked about, can we use your videos? And they are totally fine with that too. So it would hopefully, ensure that there could be some, some other additional materials and collateral that we'll be able to use that they'll be sharing with us. So.
That is excellent news, Commissioner Kutagawa. Thank you so much for that. Commissioner Sinai.
Just one last update for our very short report. As we said, I want everybody pat yourself on the back. Anyway, we've done 46 presentations, and we have done at least one presentation in almost every single zone. So we are keeping track of the zones and where we need to, do more outreach and more engagement. But I just wanted to say, congratulations, everyone. Thank you. Thank you to staff. We've got 46 with 4 of them having been statewide. So kudos.
Yeah, and one last thing that we forgot to include in the report, the written report that Director Hernandez alluded to, the meeting with USDR. We met with the outreach staff with USDR, and they quickly came up with a idea for a database for keeping track of our contacts and questions that we have and the like, sort of a mini contact tracker. I forget the term, but they're moving forward with that, and it's really going to help out. So hopefully we'll have. I don't know how long it's going to take, but maybe in a few weeks we'll have a database we can begin to use to track our contacts. So that's all we have.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari, for that good news. 2 things before we go to break. One is on 1D, presentations in Spanish. Do we want to add and other languages upon request? Just a thought. And second, I think I recall Director Ceja mentioning at one point the idea of a podcast. And if I'm correct, I just wanted to touch base and see if there's been further thought on that. That I guess goes to this short videos and vignettes. Podcast would be another option. So just wanted to put those on the table and get some reaction. Director Ceja.
Yes. So when I'm staring at my ceiling at 2 a.m, these are the things that come to mind: is how can we get the word out? Yeah, podcast. We should actually be doing our own. When I was at the city of LA, we started doing our own because I was working for the first council district out of 14. We started our own TV station. So we started producing our own videos, our own interviews with community folks, with the council member. And we were pushing content out as opposed to waiting for news sources to capture our content and then put it out. So that's definitely something we can do. We can do podcasts. We can do short videos where we interview commissioners on certain subjects, like the deadline continuing to move back and forth and what that means for communities. So yeah, let me put something together and I'll run it by you.
Okay, I'm sure the subcommittee would be happy to consider that recommendation from staff. Anything further from the subcommittee? Okay, Very good. Thank you both for that. It's 11 o'clock and we will break for 15 minutes, after which we will go into our discussion on 9A, update and discussion regarding impact of census delay on CRC calendar and electoral cycle. Thank you all. Have a good break. Thank you and welcome back from the morning break. We are now going back to item 9A, update and discussion regarding impact of census delay on the commission's calendar and the electoral cycle. I want to thank Commissioner Sadwani and Commissioner Toledo for inviting some guests to join us for that discussion. And I will ask them to introduce our guests.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. I'll go ahead and get started, and Commissioner Toledo, please jump in, as I'm sure I'll forget something. As we have previously reported, we've been attempting to do some outreach to various stakeholders to learn more about kind of what's at stake with the census delay. We have added to the agenda this update for the subcommittee. I believe from here on out, Alvaro, you can correct me if I'm wrong, in large part because it's a moving target. And as we've seen, or as we'll hear very shortly from Karen McDonald at the statewide database, we keep getting new information. We had never even heard of a legacy data set before. So I think having an opportunity to have an update and allow the experts to come in and share on an as needed basis, I think will be very important from here on out. Today, we have with us a number of guests who will help share a little bit more about the perspectives of all sorts of key stakeholders. As way of an update, we were able to host a meeting with many of these individuals last week, including a few more, including Karen, who you all know from the statewide database, Ethan Jones and Jill Yang from the legislature, Ryan Ronco and Tricia Weber from the CACEO, and I'll let them introduce themselves and their other respective organizations in just a moment, as well as Lauren Schellenberger from Common Cause, who I think we're all familiar with many public comments that we've received over the last several months. In addition, in our broader meeting, there were representatives from the Secretary of State's office. Unfortunately, they were unable to be here today, but I anticipate that this is not our not our last conversation, but only our first. So with that, we wanted to start today with Karen and allowing her some time to talk a little bit more about the legacy census data. There was also a memo from her, which is posted on the website for you all to review. Again, my apologies. It was only posted this morning. That's totally on me. So my apologies for that. After that, we'll move to Lori and talk a little bit about various scenarios that might mean. And actually, perhaps we can also have Ethan and Joel talk a little bit about the letter that we've received from the legislature as well. So with that, Karen, I'm going to pass it over to you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you very much, Commissioner Sadwani, for this introduction. I will keep my remarks pretty brief. As Commissioner Sadwani said, I sent over a memo late last week that outlined pretty much what I'm going to tell you right now. A couple of weeks ago or so, we received a message from Census with, again, a new update. And that update was that they had assessed their data operations and had come to the conclusion that they would be able to release a data set earlier than they had told us the PL data set would be released. And they were going to call this the legacy data set. And with that, everybody was wondering, what is a legacy data set and what are they actually releasing? So at Statewide Database, we started to investigate what this legacy data set is, and we asked ourselves some questions. So mainly, what are the legacy data, and how do they differ from the file that we usually refer to as the PL file, or the PL 94-171 file, that the census had not too long before told us was not going to be released until the end of September. And so subsequent to getting the email from Census, I reached out. I had a long conversation with Census and ascertained that the data contained in these two files is actually the same data. So these are exactly the same data. However, there are some differences, and those differences all relate to formatting. So the legacy data set essentially is in a completely different format, and they call it the legacy format because that's how they used to put data out. And it's essentially an interim product for them because Census formats their data in a particular way. And this legacy data set, they said they could put out so that people could get started earlier, but there are a lot of ifs. And these ifs relate to basically whether you're equipped to handle a large data set that's pretty much in raw format. So it requires more, database skills. It just requires more database management skills and so forth. But once we had ascertained that this is essentially the same data, that those are the same data that are contained in the data set, we started to go to our step 2, which was asking ourselves whether these data can be accurately converted into the data set that they are going to release at the end of September. And so we did some work. We, pulled down a prototype data set that they had released that has, it's a prototype data set that is in the legacy format, started working with that. Again, had some conversations with Census. And then I reached out to our state demographer, whom I've been working with. That's Dr. Walter Schwarm, who heads the Demographic Research Unit for the state of California. And for those of you who are not yet familiar with them, this is a really incredible shop that Walter heads up. They have a nationwide, really fabulous reputation for the work that they do. And they work with big data for the state of California. And they work with more census data than Statewide Database does, because Statewide Database actually only works with this tiny little file called the PL94, and then maybe some ACS data, but they do a whole lot more than we do. So they're very well equipped to work with these data, as are we, of course. And so we came to an agreement that we would both of our shops would work on this data set together, but separately, basically, and set up processing at the Demographic Research Unit as well as at the Statewide Database, and conduct what's called parallel processing for these data. And so, we went through the various steps and came to the conclusion that we feel very comfortable saying that we can accurately process these data sets so that, we will in the end have a PL94 data set in the same format that the census will be releasing later. Then, of course, our next question was, how long will this take? Because if it's going to take us just as long as it will take the census to get that data set out, then it's not really worth doing. And we looked through the various processes, and we came to the conclusion that we could do this even if there were some snafus or some data inaccuracies that we would discover along the way, where we maybe had to go back to census or so and kind of figure things out. We're very confident that we can turn this around in the span of 2 weeks. And then the final question was, what are the cost implications? And that is the question that we have not yet been able to answer. We're still waiting for some documentation from Census. So Census is developing this documentation right now. And I think once we have that, and once we've actually figured out how to set up the files properly, we will have a better idea on that. But this is pretty much my presentation. I am, it's looking good. So thank you. And of course, I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Karin. I do have one question, which is, I'm understanding legacy data, not just from the name of it, but also other things that I've read about it. If these are data in the same format as was used in 2011, then you have the experience of using the data that were released in 2011 in this same format, or have I missed something along the way?
Thank you. We are still looking at that. They do call it legacy data. They do say that that is the same format, but we're verifying that. But you are absolutely correct that we have the experience to do this. We, obviously work with these data a lot, and we work with longitudinal and very large databases for the state of California. So yes, I have that level of confidence to say that we can process this data set accurately. Thank you.
Perfect. Any other questions, Commissioner Ahmed?
Thank you, Chair. This is more of just legal considerations, or I'm just not familiar with it. First, I have total trust in Californians to process this data. We are super nerds out here and we got this. And in terms of the legal side, so my understanding is that our deadline is triggered once states receive the census data. Does that trigger include this additional adjustment, or is it just because they're going to release that data presumably sometime in the summer, it's going to start that timeline regardless of if we go that route or not?
So that's not a question for me. Thank you, Commissioner Ahmed. I appreciate it, though. I'm of course not an attorney, and I'm hoping there's somebody else on the call who can answer that question.
No, I guess I just should clarify that, yeah, it wasn't directed at you, Karin, but definitely may impact whether we all choose to go that route or not. And I see Marion's hand up. I don't know, Chair Kennedy.
Yeah, so I would recognize Ms. Johnston, and then I have Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Sinai, and Commissioner Anderson after that.
The way that your initiative was drafted, it doesn't specifically say what you're looking to for your data. And in fact, it just goes by the date that census was supposed to give it to you, which was April 1st. And then that triggers your time limits. Under the Supreme Court decision in the Padilla versus Legislature case, when you get the data is when your time starts to run. And if it is correct, as I believe it is from Ms. McDonald's testimony, that this is in fact the same data, just in a different format, then that would trigger your time limits. But again, it's just a matter of extrapolating from your own statute and constitutional requirements that was based on expecting to get it on April 1st and have a delay in your maps based on how long after April 1st you actually received the data.
Okay, Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, thank you, Karin, for the information, and I read your letter, so thank you so much. It really does address my concerns. So the only other thing was you mentioned that there are cost implications, obviously, and I just wanted to remind myself the cost for the database, that is under a separate budget than the commission's budget, correct?
Yes, the database is funded at UC Berkeley, and obviously this is additional processing. So once we've figured it out, we'll let the legislature know. And they've been really good partners to us, so I don't foresee any problems, though I don't know, and I don't think it's going to be tremendous.
Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. I thought Commissioner Fernandez was going to beat me to this question, but as part of the Incarcerated People's Subcommittee, I just wanted to get clarification. When you say 2 weeks, is that 2 weeks in addition to the 4 weeks you had told us before? So it's 6 weeks, or where does that all fit into this?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Sinai, for that question. I should have probably clarified that from the get-go. The 2 weeks basically get us to the same spot where we would have been once the PL in the originally planned format would be released. So the 2 weeks are in addition to the 4 weeks.
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you for all this information. And my question is actually about the data before we get into the legal of it, because our trigger is when the data gets to us. But my question is, this data, until we've had this 2-week evaluation by you and work on it, at what point is it the same data as 2010? Is it originally as soon as it comes out, or is it only after the 2-week when you have been able to verify that, and then you know, oh, indeed, this is now exactly the same as the 2010? So it's actually the accuracy of the data is my question here.
Yeah, thank you very much, Commissioner Anderson, for that question. So the data are in something like the 2010 format, but the data itself and the format we will be able to verify much before we get the data. And in fact, we'll have to have the formatting verified, and that's what the census is working on right now. They're preparing all kinds of documentation files right now, and we'll be setting up our systems accordingly. The data that are released sometime in mid to late August are the actual PL data. The first thing that I verified, because otherwise it would have made no sense to keep talking about this data set, was that these are in fact the same data. So these are the data. They are not going to touch these data. They are going to be working at census, if anybody's as curious as I was about what the census does in like 4 to 6 weeks with these data, they do a whole lot of formatting. They have to load these data into their systems online. Of course, they have an entire, the entire nation to deal with. So these things just kind of take time. So that's why it takes them longer than it would take us, because we have to deal only with the very small state of California. And also we don't have to load things into, relational databases that they have where they're, portioning out certain geographic units that we don't deal with and so forth. So we have a different lift than they do, but these are in fact the same data. They are not going to touch the actual data in between the release of the legacy data to the other format being released. And I hope that answers your question, Commissioner Anderson.
Just a quick follow-up on that. So then our 2-week window that you need, that is because in your letter I was reading that is to verify and work with the, you're saying, to independent verification of the accuracy, and is with the DRU, the Demographic Research Unit. So in the parallel processing of that. So that 2-week window is just for, it's not so much, could you explain why you want to do that 2-week window? Let's put it that way.
Yes. Thank you. Thanks for that follow-up. So what I meant by, making sure that these data are accurate, it refers to us processing these data and formatting them into the formats that we need to actually work with them. So it's taking the raw data and then, putting, labels on, records on, merging them together, making sure that they're available on the block group, on the track, and so forth. So it's basically just one gigantic set of numbers and then making sense of those and making sure that you can extract the units of analysis that we need to build the database. So that is something that we will be doing at Statewide Database and then independently at the Demographic Research Unit. What we're not doing is we're not verifying whether the census data themselves, so the data set that they send us, is accurate. That's something that we cannot do at that point. It's not something that would be part of our, of our task. Our task would be to take this legacy data set and make it into something that we can work with in terms of formatting. And I hope that made sense.
Sorry. One last one. So yes, that we have this legacy data, but could we just use it like we did the 2010 without this 2-week window? Or is this absolutely required? Essentially, like, yeah, we're getting this, but it isn't apples to apples with 2010. Only after the 2-week window is it apples to apples with the 2010. Because you see where I'm coming from is, what is the data distinction? Can we still have our prisoner reallocation issues. And that aside, completely aside, is because we're basically saying, look, because you got, rough numbers go when these rough numbers are not actually usable until the 2-week window. And that's, if you could clarify that, because I think that's the big either, yes, it's not a problem whatsoever, and we are going, or no, we really can't do our regular work until the 2-week window. You being the statewide database, we still have the other issues.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I see your point. I think they're saying that it's essentially like 2010, but it really isn't necessarily like 2010. This is really still a different data set. And we do need to go through all of these processes before we can get to our additional 4-week window. And of course, we're going to do this as quickly as possible. But, just considering all of the things that have happened with the census, we looked at this data set, and, this whole data processing team, we already found like one issue with documentation. There was a variable that wasn't in there. Things happen with these things. The census is kind of rushing things. So it will just take time to be able to do this accurately. And again, it is there are similarities, but there are also differences. And they put out a prototype data set for Rhode Island, by the way, that shows how they are, formatting these legacy data, and, people can use that to figure out whether they can work with these data, but it's not exactly the same as back then. No. So thanks.
Okay, before I proceed with the list, I just wanted to remind colleagues and the public what the wording of the California Supreme Court decision was in July of last year. If the federal government transmits the census data to the state later than July 31, 2021, the number of days of additional delay shall be considered to be the additional federal delay. So we are not talking about the clock starting when the data reach the commission. We are starting the clock, or the clock would start when the census data are transmitted by the federal government to the state. I just want us all to be clear on that. So I have Commissioner Toledo, Commissioner Akutagawa, Commissioner Turner, and then Commissioner Anderson. So Commissioner Toledo, and then I have Commissioner Lamont.
Thank you, Commissioner Chair Kennedy. This is for Ms. McDonald. So the data is transmitted to you, but it's in my reading of the your letter, and also just some of the other information that has come to us. The state of California would be taking responsibility of this data because it hasn't been formatted, it hasn't been processed, and in fact, wouldn't you say that your agency and maybe Caltech as well would be acting as though they were the Census Bureau at that point in processing and formatting the data and then delivering it to the state of California? Because you're in essence acting as though you are the Census Bureau, and in fact you have to guarantee that to make that assurance to the Census Bureau. I'm just, that's just been my reading of it, but please elaborate if that is an incorrect interpretation.
Yeah, thank you for that. This may be also a good one for an attorney to get involved here, but I'll tell you what my read on this is. We don't collect the data. We don't know, we can't control what they're reporting to us. We're not changing the data in any way. We're not applying, disclosure avoidance and all of that. So what we're doing is just formatting, and that's essentially what we always do. If you think about it, at statewide database, I mean, we take raw data and then we format these data in different ways, and then we make them available. And it's something that we regularly do. I don't really see that we're doing, aside from, making these data available this time in a new format and going through some advanced processing so, that we can get a head start, basically. Aside from that, we're really not doing anything out of the ordinary. But we do, and the census does say that, have to take responsibility for the fact that our formatting is correct. So, if we were to, say, aggregate some of these blocks up incorrectly, and then some of these track totals are wrong, then we start drawing lines with it or something, or somebody uses it, and then the census releases their data and they're like, well, your tracks are wrong, then that's on us, obviously. But that's why we're engaging in this parallel processing, so that does not happen, right? Usually Statewide Database doesn't do parallel processing with the Demographic Research Unit. So that's that additional step in that collaboration that we're engaging in to make sure that we can do it quick, that, we have, the most educated eyes, really, with respect to, processing census data on this particular project. So I think that's pretty much what I can say about this. I hope that answers your question, Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Akutagawa.
This one's question is for Karen. I think I just want to ask maybe to see if you're comfortable doing some crystal balling. And I read in your memo, mid to late August. So in the interim, when you heard from the Census Bureau, do you have a better sense of what that time frame will be when you will receive this legacy data? And also, I guess just for my own clarification, what I'm reading is basically instead of a 1 month process to process the data, now we're looking at a 6-week process, I guess, just to put it in that way. So if you get it in let's just say August, we're looking at maybe having usable data that, incorporates in the incarcerated people numbers. So we'll probably be getting we could get the data on the early side as early as maybe late September instead of late October. Is that okay? Okay. So I'd be curious to hear what your crystal ball might speculate.
Honestly, a couple of years ago, I would have been more willing to crystal ball than these days, because the census has just gone so sideways on us. And, there's all these lawsuits going on right now. I guess that one lawsuit is fast tracking to the Supreme Court. And so who knows? But I will tell you this about data people, and I know many of you on the commission have worked with data and this, is that when you give time estimates, when you're a data person, you usually try to give yourself a few extra days just in case something goes wrong. And you keep your fingers crossed that, nothing goes wrong and you can stick to your earlier deadline. So, I think the census tries not to overpromise and underdeliver. They're obviously in the public spotlight. So my guess would be that they are assuming that they can get this out mid-August. And then everybody's going to be really happy to get it mid-August rather than late August. But they also, have a little buffer in case something goes sideways. And I think everything else that you mentioned, yes, it is. That's accurate. The 6 weeks.
Thank you. And Commissioner Chair Kennedy is, or perhaps I don't know, maybe this is a question for Commissioner Sadwani. Are we going to be hearing any comments from the rest of the panels? Because I'd actually be very interested in hearing Ms. Schellenberger's perspective on what these data delays also mean. I was reading her spreadsheet, and there's so many different variables that, for us to think about.
We will be hearing from them all. We just have a lot of interest and a lot of questions up front, but we'll get through those and turn to the other guests as well. Commissioner Turner, please.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. McDonald. Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions, still kind of going back along the same line of Commissioner Toledo. had questions in regards to, so you'll be doing the parallel processing to ensure accuracy of the data translation. I'm wondering, first of all, do you know if other states are also considering doing their own kind of translations? And I'm thinking about that only in terms of the vast amount of data that you mentioned, obviously, that needs to happen across the nation, and wondering how many states would be pulling and doing their own research, which may free them up to get the data out sooner to everyone, trying to get an idea of what that may look like, number one. And then I'm also along those same lines wondering, seeing as how that we are ensuring accuracy, and I have every confidence that it will be, is there a point where the Census Bureau will use your data and not have to do the translations for California? And is there then a compensation back to California for that when that happens? And if there is any conceivable point, could there be us coming up with data and then there's still Census still releasing data later, that there may be a disparity, and wonder what might happen then?
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. So on your first point, there are many other states that are looking into converting these data. And I think, very few states have a redistricting database. I mean, there's very few that have a public redistricting database. So all of those states, they are presumably relying on consultants, and some of them have consultants hired and other people don't, so there's quite a bit of juggling going on. I mean, I've already heard that there are some states looking for anybody who can convert these data for them, because everybody's just struggling with all of these timelines that were served up to us because of the pandemic and the subsequent delays of the census data. So there are other states that are doing it for sure. I know some of them that are in the process of it. They have people on board that are working on it, and others are still looking for people to do it for them. So we're not going to be alone. With respect to the Census Bureau using these data, I think we'll all be working with these data at the same time. So when we're done with these data, presumably the Census Bureau will be done with these data, with these steps of data processing also, but they just have to do all kinds of additional steps to get the data out, because they release the data differently. And a lot of that has to do with loading into their interfaces on the web and getting the programming done on that. They also have mandatory reviews. I think they also do parallel processing within the census. So I don't think they would be using the California data, because they already have the data, and they're probably at the same, they'll probably have them done around the same time that we do. At least in that format. It's just that they then don't put them out like that. So it's basically just internal things that are happening. And finally, please remind me of your last question.
Yeah, so the last piece, I'm wondering what could conceivably happen. So then they will be doing the parallel processing, doing it at the same time pretty much as what we would if we agree to move forward earlier. And I'm wondering, with the ultimate data set that is delivered, is there a possibility with the extra steps that they do that they'll present something that looks different than what we've presented?
Well, thanks for that. Well, they have assured us that they're not going to touch the actual data again. So the data should be the same. Is there a possibility that there may be some formatting issues, or that some of these totals are different? I suppose there's always a possibility. Is it likely? No, it's not likely. If it does happen, then we'll deal with it and we'll figure it out, because that's what we do. We're data people, And so there are ways to figure this out. I mean, 10 or 20 years ago, the census, they forgot, some of the group quarters, for example. So they weren't there at all. And then everybody, called them up. It was like, you guys forgot the group quarters, and then they added them. I mean, they make mistakes too, right? But the good thing about having a lot of people that have the qualifications to work with these data sets and have the have the education basically to do it is that it turns into a big collaboration, so that if there is a problem on their end, on our end, it will be found, it will be dealt with. And that's just kind of what we do. So, but thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you for all this and all the additional questions and information. I do still see it as Commissioner Toledo and Commissioner Turner just mentioned, is that basically the Census Bureau is handing over data which is usable but not really usable, and puts it on the states for, here's your 2 weeks of, if you can do it in 2 weeks, or 6 weeks if you can do it in 6 weeks. And yeah, the other states are have to pay for that. And I'm just looking at this, and Karin, if you can kind of correct me time-wise, now, well, in terms of your portion, now, basically, originally, what would we have a quote 4.5 month window, July 31st to December 15. We know that there's a 30-day window that, yes, the state gets the data, but we can't use it yet because we haven't done prisoner allocation. So it brings us down to a 3.5 month. But now there's an additional 2 weeks in there that we quote get the data, but we can't use it. So I mean, it isn't. So basically now, by moving this date, giving us this half data now, they've basically cut out 2 weeks from the line drawing process. And is there any? I mean, that's basically what's happening. Is that correct? So essentially now we're down to 3 months. And then, of course, you put the holidays in, then that affects us even more. But just in terms of the reality, from the time the census data gets to the state, then you take 30 days. It's about 30 days. Given this new giving us this data, it's now going to be the 6 weeks. So essentially what I'm saying is our front window has moved up, but our back window will also move up, but it squishes the part in the middle, which is the line drawing by the 2 week that comes out of that. Does that come a fair assumption, or fair basic summary?
So I think Ms. Schellenberger is going to be talking about the calendaring. So perhaps that is a question more for her than for me, because I'm really my presentation today was really about, what we can do, can we get this done, and so forth. So if you don't mind, and if Lori doesn't mind, perhaps she might be better equipped to answer that question.
All right, no, thank you. But it's just, that 2 week window. But in terms of, this is normally work that the Census Bureau would be doing. It's just to help states out a bit rather than waiting till the September 30th. They're saying we can give it to you mid-August, but then there's another 2 weeks that you have to do, or plus, depending on the states.
Right. And yes, that's true. And for some states it may be faster because, not everybody has, as many people as we do in California, obviously. So I'm guessing that, in some states you might be able to do it on your calculator. No, kidding. But for California, clearly not. So for some people it's going to be longer. For some people it's going to be shorter. For us, it's, we want to just make sure that we have a reasonable amount of time. We're obviously going to try to turn this around as quickly as possible. Nobody's going to go on a mini break in the middle of those 2 weeks. So we'll do what we can on our end with the 2 weeks as well as the 4 weeks,
Oh, no, it's with your ability. We have no question that it's going to be accurate, and you will be doing things very, very well.
Yes, and as fast as we can. And
exactly.
Yes, the Census Bureau this is an interim product for them, so that this is not something that they usually put out, right? So this is an interim product. This is a response to everybody saying, we cannot get this done. You need to give us data earlier. This is a response to them being sued. And so that's how they came up with it, and they're trying to be helpful. But yes, is it more work on our end? Yes. Is it a higher cost? Yes. Are they going to pay us? Probably not.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Commissioner Lamont, and then I'll turn it back over to Commissioner Sadwani.
So my question is how optional this is. And the second part of that is who will ultimately making the decision as to whether or not we'll be receiving legacy data versus the formatted data.
Thank you, Commissioner Lamont. Well, the receipt of the data, they are going to send the legacy data out. So I think we're going to get these data. It's not, I think everybody's going to get them, and they're probably going to put them onto the web also for download, most likely in the FTP site. I can verify that, where these data are going to be. The late September release is also going to be something that they're going to send out. That's just part of what they do. They send it to all the recipients, and then they again make it available on their website. So I don't think that that's optional. This legacy data set is going to arrive in various ways on our screens. And about who makes the decision on whether or not, was the question who makes the decision of whether or not to process these data earlier? Yeah, so I am guessing that is something that we would all come to that decision in collaboration with the legislature, remembering that the CRC is not the only entity that uses stable database data and has deadlines for redistricting. So regarding the demands on the data, I think that generally speaking, if we can get something earlier, we're going to have to process that so that people can use it. But we have our ledge colleagues on the call, so perhaps they can speak to that more accurately. It's a good question. I hadn't actually thought about it. So thank you.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Sure, thank you. So I think that's actually a great segue kind of question to bring in some of our other guests here today. And I so appreciate this conversation. I think it needed to be had, and I'm glad that everyone's had an opportunity to ask questions and get additional information. It sounds like there's still a lot of unknowns that we're going to have to work through. Lori Schellenberger from Common Cause is going to present a chart that she put together, but I'm wondering, Lori, if you're okay with it, before we go into it, I just want to be conscious of our time because, Chair, we need to end by 12:30. Is that correct?
12:45.
12:45. Okay, great. So we do have a little bit more time. I'm wondering if Tricia Weber and Ryan Ronco just want to at least introduce themselves and talk a little bit about your organization and some of the timeline considerations of why you need the maps at a certain point in time, just to share a little bit about that before we get into the scenarios. If Lori, if you're okay with that. And then Ethan, Joel, Barnd, I think you're there too. Perhaps after we have the conversation of scenarios, and I'm sure that's going to generate some Q&A also, but I do want to make sure we also have enough time to just discuss the letter from the legislature and understand your interpretation of the timeline as you put in that letter. So Tricia and Ryan, do you want to just introduce yourselves a little bit and talk a little bit about the need for the maps for your work?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. I'm Ryan Ronco, Placer County Clerk Recorder, Registrar of Voters. And as the Commissioner said, Tricia Weber is here. We flipped a coin and I lost, so I have to speak first. We represent the California Association of Clerks and Elections Officials, which is a statewide organization, obviously set forth to try to manage the different needs of 58 different counties, which, with 58 counties in California, that means it's probably 59 or at least 59 different ways to do everything that we have to do. And I want to make sure that we leave plenty of time for Lori because she did a fantastic job at our meeting last week in explaining the needs of the counties. But generally, we're here as the entity that is going to usually directly take this data that will be coming to us, these data, and input it so that we can be able to conduct an election. And that is, I think, the end goal here that we're remembering is that the process is to conduct an election, and we're going to have to conduct an election one way or another on some date or another. And I think that we're just here to have a seat at the table to talk out those issues that we have. Because generally speaking, if we did not have COVID and this delay in data, we would be looking at an election that begins for us December 16th, which is the first warning shot that is fired for candidates to begin the process of conducting an election for a June 7th, I believe. I can't remember, it's 7th or 8th now. Election day in 2022. So that means that that's a long process, and we have to find ways to be able to shorten or change that process so that we can meet these deadlines. And so that's what our role here is today, is to just remind you that and be a resource to you, that we can know how your problem and solutions that you're going to create is going to impact what we need to do downstream from that. And we're thankful for the opportunity to be able to be here with that. And Tricia, I don't know if you had something quick you wanted to add.
Well, I'll just introduce myself. I'm Tricia Weber. I'm the County Clerk, Registrar of Voters for Santa Cruz County. And with Ryan, we're the co-chairs of the Elections Legislative Committee for CACEO, our state association. And so we are intimately involved in all legislation and anything that may impact or create legislation, and redistricting is a part of that. As you know, there's been many redistricting changes in the past year, 2 years, mainly for local redistricting. And then we get all of the data from all of our districts. So our counties, our cities, the state lines, the special districts, the school districts. And we get all of that as a part of our redistricting portion that we need to do. And we have to basically throw out everything we've had for the last 10 years as far as precincts go, take in all the new information, draw all new, get our lines all drawn in there and put our precincts back together before we're even able to open candidate filing. So although we will be getting data in from the different districts on a kind of a rolling basis, until we have everything in, it's hard for us to actually create our precincts. And so I guess you could say we're the complete end users of this entire process. And thank you very much for having us here today.
Great, thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. And I'll just say I've learned so much from the both of you, as well as from the folks from the Secretary of State's office, about how this data, how the maps will really be used in order to conduct an election. And I just want to make sure that information gets shared with all of my colleagues here today. With that, I want to turn it over to Lori. I think you should have the ability to share your screen if you so choose. I think we're all familiar with, I know the first time I saw Lori on the screen, I was like, oh my gosh, this is what you look like, after hearing your voice so many times. So I'm very pleased to be able to welcome you here today. And thank you so much for putting together these scenarios for us to start to think about, given the various delays and what that might look like for the various stakeholders involved.
Yeah, of course. It's nice to see you all. And I feel like I've been stalking you for months, and I finally got invited to the party. So it's really nice to be here. And I just want to first say I am a consultant to Common Cause on their California and national redistricting work. And on behalf of Common Cause, I facilitate a group of stakeholders, many of whom you hear from regularly. That includes the proponents of the initiative that created the commission, so good government groups, environmental justice groups, integrated voter engagement groups that'll be engaging people in redistricting, and also civil rights groups that will be doing and leading unity mapping and advocating for Voting Rights Act compliant districts. I just wanted, before I share my screen, I want to throw out a few disclaimers. The first is, what I've shared with the commission is a working document that is probably more than anything a window into my brain, but is a reflection of conversations that we have had as a collaborative with elections officials. We've spoken to more than a dozen elections officials across the state, representing large, medium, and small counties. We've spoken with the legislature. We've spoken with also with the County Government Association, the counties are also looking for more time to complete their process. So we've engaged a lot of stakeholders. This document that doesn't represent a proposal, it doesn't represent the views of any one of the organizations in the collaborative. It's really just a reflection of the ways in which we've been putting together kind of the key timeframes that are impacted, both the commission's process as well as the pressures that this puts on the election calendar. And it tries to map out some of those decision points, because I think what everyone is realizing is this is really a share the pain situation where everyone is really looking for ways to give up a little bit to make this work. And it's not ideal for anyone, of course. And so that's the goal of the document that I shared with the commission, and I'll share my screen. This was drafted before we knew what the legacy data was, and before Karin and Statewide Database had time to think through what it would take for them to format that data. So what I've done is use, here we go. Can you see that? So, kind of when I put this together, I worked from the deadline that Commissioner Kennedy threw out there as just an example, not based on discussion of the commission, but just when the delay was announced, and we thought that the PL data would not be received until September 30th. And so using his January 31st sample deadline, I mapped out 3 scenarios. That January 31st deadline, of course, already shaved 2 weeks off of your process. I would argue that in light of the conversation earlier and sort of continuing that, in terms of what is the receipt date of the data, that there is an argument that the Supreme Court, when it issued its order, was contemplating formatted PL data, and that so that's something for you to consider and for your counsel to consider, and whether clarification is needed from the court. But I'd argue the data that's being received is under the extraordinary circumstances that existed due to the pandemic, when the legislature and Secretary Padilla went to court to get the relief to extend the deadline. And there is an argument that 2 weeks is a critical time period for when it's being formatted. And so under that, January 31st is still theoretically an operable deadline, because if you assume 4 weeks being tacked on, if it's 2 to 4 weeks, and I'd argue as probably you want to go with the later date, you could still see a January 31st adoption deadline if you take the date that statewide database begins adjusting the data as the 2 weeks after they've received the legacy data. But again, I think that's probably still up for debate and still a little hanging in the balance a bit. So, but I'm going to go ahead and proceed with this January 31st deadline, just to show you what the decision points are. And with that deadline, we mapped 3 primary dates: June 7th, June 28th, and July 12th. And I want to just explain briefly why those were the dates chosen, June 7th being the current date, and a January 31st map adoption deadline shows how very difficult it would be to hold a June 7th primary. It was very difficult to hold a June 7th primary with a December 15th map adoption deadline, because as Ryan pointed out, the signature in lieu date is December 16th, and it would have required some changes to that and some flexibility already. So there was already pressure on June 7th. And once you start shifting beyond December 15th, June 7th looks further out of reach. We used June 28th because it bought 3 weeks. And then July 12th is the date that was chosen because I know the Secretary of State's office, and I know Tricia also mapped out all of the Tuesdays starting from September moving backwards. And July 12th is really, the latest date that you could have a primary election and still do everything you needed to do by the general. But a big asterisk next to that, that would put tremendous pressure on preparing for the general election if you held a July 12th primary. So I'm going to walk through this without being too specific on each date and really just talk about the various time periods that are in play, and then I'll open up to questions. So as Karen said, the statewide database, after it formats the legacy data, still needs that 30 days to adjust the data based on prison population and I think some other, voter information. After that 30 days, you have your time period for doing your VRA analysis based on that adjusted data. You obviously can start some of that before you get it, but it turns significantly on that final data. And the drafting and posting of your maps. You had previously allotted two full months for that. Commissioner Kennedy's proposal had shaved 2 weeks off of that time period. If statewide database released the data a little bit earlier, then you might land in the same place and buy that 2 weeks or make a decision to give up 2 weeks somewhere else. But that's a really critical time period. And it's a critical time period for the commission to ensure VRA compliance and time to fully draft those maps. But it also is a critical time period for groups that are providing input to the commission, because there is a distinction between community of interest testimony that can be presented prior to the receipt of state adjusted data and the submission of more formal maps, which are based on state adjusted data. And I know you'll be going into those distinctions a little bit more in your public input meeting on Thursday and bringing folks in to speak about that. And I'd urge you to continue the dialogue, especially with groups that do statewide unity mapping, on the importance of that time period so that those groups have time to submit draft maps before the commission posts its draft map, because that's a really important time period to influence that first draft. After that, you had allotted a month for your time period between the first draft maps and the revisions to those maps. So a month for public comment and that's a really critical time period for you as well, because that's the time where you're making really important decisions based on lots of information that's going to be coming in from the public about how lines should be adjusted. And then again, you had 2 weeks until your final adoption deadline. The next period of time that's really critical but not written into statute at the state level is the period. It's this period of time between map adoption and the time needed for court review or referendum. That is at the local level, that's built into the local redistricting statute. It's a 28-day period that is required before signature in lieu the signature in lieu period can begin. And at the state level, it's generally been considered to be a month, a month, so that you allow the maps to settle before the train leaves the station and they're really being implemented and candidates are acting upon those. So that's a really important time period for the commission, for elections officials, so they have certainty, and also for advocates who may be advocating for, if there are, I'm sure that this commission is going to do a wonderful job and will comply with the Voting Rights Act. But if just in case they don't, and great minds can disagree on this, it allows time for those challenges if needed. Then you get to the time period that Ryan and Tricia explained very calmly, but is a really challenging period for elections officials. And that is the amount of time they need to implement the map, to adjust the map. They call it precincting the maps. But in a nutshell, what it means is that you and I, the ballot we get in the mail has the right candidates on it if they assign us to the right precinct. And so when they get maps, they have to assign voters to new precincts potentially. And that can become very complicated for a lot of reasons. Despite advances in technology, it still requires a lot of human review and quality control. Secondly, this only happens every 10 years, maybe a handful in between if you've had just local jurisdictions shifting to district elections, but otherwise, you oftentimes don't have the expertise in-house. Historically, folks who've done this before, and there's been a lot of turnover in the elections world in the last 10 years. So this is time consuming, and any election official you talk to will tell you it's the one thing that can cost them their job if they don't get this right. So they want to get it right. And 30 days is the date that we put in here. Elections officials will tell you they need longer than that. This time period can run concurrently to that court review period. Elections officials will start doing that work to precinct the maps as soon as the maps are adopted. That time period can also, and has in the past, overlapped with the beginning of the signature in lieu period. Ideally, they're able to finish that work before the signature in lieu period ends, because they have to verify the signatures and they want to make sure voters have been assigned to the correct precinct before they start the signature verification for the signature in lieu petition. And here's where you get into some set deadlines that start, and the items that on the rest of this list are dates that work backwards from election day. In the election world, you'll see E minus X number, and you're working back from the date of the election. And these are the time periods that would require adjustment, regardless of the primary date. And you start to see, and this really does start to animate how things start to get crunched. The signature in lieu period is a period that can be flexible. It can be shortened. There are provisions in statute to shorten it for special elections. And it could be eliminated, but you would then need to eliminate fees, and you could end up with very long ballots. So there's usually an incentive to keep it. But if you shorten the period, you then reduce the number of signatures required proportionally. The signature in lieu period, you then get into the nominating period, and I've put the dates in for what those would be, depending on the primary. The nomination period the signature in lieu period can overlap with the nomination period if it needed to. That has happened in the past. So that's another area that could be crunch. And of course, that's an area where you're starting to put the squeeze on candidates and campaigns. And then, of course, here's I illustrate the primary date and the dates following that, just because I think it helps folks who don't think about elections all the time to understand how primary dates can start to bump up against a general election, and how a July 12th primary does start to provide very little turnaround time for the work that needs to be done to prepare for an election and mail out ballots to voters. So hopefully that frames some of the thinking, and there are lots of ways that you can start moving 2 weeks here and there at the beginning of the calendar, should you be able to buy some time. But I'm happy to take questions, or if the commission needs additional timelines mapped out, I will probably be doing that myself and can share as we do it.
Thank you, Ms. Schellenberger. This is, I had put together that revised Gantt chart as in large measure as a means of provoking this sort of conversation and helping colleagues understand that there are deadlines before an election date that have to be respected, including the nomination period and the precincting. So this is extremely helpful to us in this discussion. Are there questions from colleagues? Commissioner Okutagawa.
First off, I just want to say thank you, Ms. Schellenberger. That was really interesting and very, very fascinating. And just, I think, I know for me personally, I think just even seeing at a more detailed level that connection between the redistricting work and the elections work was, I think, really, really helpful, and probably not something that I had imagined when I first got onto the commission. Not that we thought we would be having to go to this level of detail, I guess, not in the way we are doing. We probably would have. Question for you in terms of the dates. I don't recall hearing, and I'm a little unclear myself. So who decides what these primary dates are going to be? Is it the legislature that's going to decide it? Is it the courts? I think what I heard is there's some kind of the middle ground dates. And then when will that also be decided as well too? Because I think that'll also be helpful for us to know as well too, as we consider, all the maps, all the other things that we're going to need to consider. It's clear that there's a lot of other moving parts, and I guess I'll just put a question out to also Commissioner Sadwani. What other things, I think this is brought to light, are there other things that we should also be, as a commission, also be keeping in mind in terms of what are going to be those ripple effect implications to other parts of the overall, not only I would say the electoral system, but to other areas that maybe we may not be aware of. Thank you.
Commissioner Sadwani, did you want me to go first, or do you? Okay. Well, the legislature can. I mean, the legislature can. You would not have to go to court for any of these scenarios, first of all, other than it may be that you should go to court to get clarity on what your PL data release date is that triggers your furthest date out. But the legislature can change the primary. They did so last year by legislation. They moved it to June 7th, as you'll recall. We had anticipated last year that that the legislature might have to change the signature in lieu requirement because of your December 15th deadline. But at the time, it was decided action wasn't needed because things were still up in the air. You might get the data earlier. Maybe you would have an earlier adoption date. So the legislature can do those things. I think everyone is respecting the legislature is respecting the commission's independence, and that the commission first needs to decide how much time it needs and what its deadline is. And of course, the commission has interests to protect. It has to protect the public input process and all of the work that it's put into that, and recognizing that this time around, you're probably going to get even more submissions than last time due to all the tools that are available. But I will also say that in California, we've had, I think, very good luck working together as stakeholders. And, the hope is that folks will work together to come to a mutually agreeable solution, but they need to hear from the commission. And you have a lot of learning and information to digest. I know this just starts to make your eyes roll back in your head. It's like, it's so much to process, but you all have a lot of power here because you really do have to decide how much time you need. And then folks will start moving from there.
And I think Commissioner Equitagao, just to echo Ms. Schellenberger, I would tend to agree with that. I mean, I think as the commission, we'll need to sort out this piece that we are independent and we can make whatever date we want, but at the same time, so much else hinges on that. And I think what we've said in our prior meetings is we're all here because we believe all Californians should be able to vote, should have free and fair access to elections, and believe in transparency of these processes. So I do, for me personally, I am of the belief that working this out in collaboration is our best path forward for all Californians. And sure, we could go out and say, no, we're going to wait until the September 30th data comes out, and we're taking all of that time till February 15th. I'm not sure that is really being responsive, though, to the needs of Californians. And that's kind of been my own way of looking at that. But I certainly recognize and understand that we as a commission need to come to a decision on this matter. Which is why we've begun this conversation with so many different stakeholders who are involved in the process to come and be a part of that conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I think the point that I've made is we need to make sure that we have the time that we need to do a good job, but we can't do that without regard for the fact that election officials also need the time that they need to do a good job. And I think it was Ms. Schellenberger who said, this is to some extent a matter of sharing the pain and coming up with the best way to do that. And so, yes, this is a very important, very timely discussion, and I want to thank everyone for participating in it. So Ms. Schellenberger and then Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, and I think I'd just like to, because I am facilitating the other stakeholders, and I think the commission is a stakeholder, and you may mean this by just necessarily, but I think the public is a really important stakeholder, and the groups that are going to try and do the work to engage people in the process. And so I would just flag that. I think you probably necessarily meant that, but I think that's really important.
Yeah. To me, that's an integral part of our work, and the time that we need is to make our commitment to transparency and public participation not just something that exists on paper, but something that there really is a real opportunity for that, and not just a spoken or written opportunity. So thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, I just want to comment on the, taking our time, and you brought up a good point, Chair Kennedy, and I just want to reemphasize that I guess the longer we take, and if others cannot adjust, as in the precincts and elections and everything, we also would not want our maps not to be used for the next election. Does that make sense? Because the court could say, okay, you're not done, we're going to move on, and maybe they'll be ready for the next one. But we are going out there, we're wanting everyone to participate. And for me, it would be a failure on my part if they weren't used. So we also need to keep that in the back of our minds.
I think I pointed out that there are states that have taken or are considering taking that route. I mean, particularly those states that have statewide elections this year. There's little choice. And so, yes, that is an extreme solution, but one that some states are forced to take. It's certainly not one that we would want to go with up front, but the bottom line is that is always a possibility that maps would not be used until 2024 in our case. Commissioner Kitagawa.
I guess I just feel like I have to ask this question of Karen. Is there a possibility that the census, we're going to see even a remotest possibility that there's going to be additional delays on the census data? Because I think that I hear what you're saying. I mean, we don't want to, I am of the mind that we don't have to wait. I think we just have to make some decisions about what dates we're going to be working from, because as a commission, I think we do need to have those kind of dates in mind so that we can also do our work properly too. And I think to what Commissioner Fernandez says, I'm also thinking that we would not be fulfilling our responsibility to the people of California if we don't get the maps out on time. And frankly, I don't think that would bode well for the 2030 Commission if if for whatever reason, something happens and our work is considered a bust, even given all of these different factors. So, but to me, I think the one concern I do have is, is there anything that from what you're hearing, that could determine that the census is all of a sudden just say, we're not going to be able to get you the data by mid-August, much less end of September?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Kutagawa, but I have not heard anything like that. But I think we all have to just continuously remind ourselves that there are lawsuits going on, and who knows? At Statewide Database, I'll tell you, we are working with these states at this point, because I think that's the best we can all do, is we can only work with the information that they're giving us at this point. I know that census is very, very careful with their communications. I think they would not have put this out if they had any concern about potentially having to backpedal on this. But again, they of course can't control what the courts are going to do, if there is going to be something happening. But for us, we're sticking to what they're telling us right now and moving forward with those states.
Very good. Mr. Ronco.
Thank you, Chair Kennedy. I just wanted to follow up on that same question by saying that we are concerned, and we recognize that there probably will be things that will come up. Hopefully, not another census delay, but other things that could impact your schedule. We just wanted to make sure that you understood that from the CA CEO's perspective, July 12th is the last date that we can move the primary election back in order to accommodate the delays, but also still conduct both the primary and the general elections correctly. It's already going to be a burden, as was mentioned by Lori, but July 12th, we have to recognize July 18th, if nothing else changes, is the date that candidate filing begins, for the nomination period begins for the general election. So that's literally not even a week after the election would be conducted on July 12th. And that doesn't even take into account our canvassing duties and post-election ballot counting and auditing and all that we need to do. So if there are further delays, we just wanted to make sure that your commission understands that July 12th is probably the last date that we can accommodate moving anything backward without real significant other considerations. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, if there aren't other pressing questions or comments from commissioners, we do also have representatives of the legislature here as well, Ethan Jones, Joel Yang. I'm wondering if you all want to just weigh in a little bit, perhaps to talk a little bit more about the question Commissioner Akutagawa had asked about the possibilities of changing the primary date, and just simply what that process would look like, as well as share a little bit more about the letter that we have received.
Sure, thank you. So welcome. Thank you, commissioners. My name is Ethan Jones. I'm the chief consultant to the Assembly Elections Committee. I believe we also have Joel Yang from the Senate Republican Caucus, as well as Diane Griffiths from the Senate on as well, although I understand that they may have both needed to jump off at 12:30, so I'm not sure if they're available or not. But I can speak generally on behalf of the legislature today. So you have seen the letter that was sent by legislative leaders. We are absolutely pleased that the statewide database is confident that it can accurately convert data from the legacy data format into a format that's more usable for redistricting purposes. That's great news. And it's great to see that it can be done on a timeline that should allow state and local redistricting to proceed sooner than if we had to wait for the traditionally formatted PL 94-171 file. We do understand that conversion is going to require additional financial resources, and that it doesn't eliminate the need to consider adjustments to elections calendars by amending the elections code. But the legislature has been and continues to be committed to working with the commission to ensure the integrity of California's state and local redistricting process. I know there's been a lot of discussion today about the issue of the deadline and what the implications are of the release of this legacy data. I am not an attorney, so I'm not going to get into parsing the legal arguments. What I will say is that our council, which is the council that brought the legislature versus Padilla lawsuit in the California Supreme Court to get the commission additional time to finish its lines last year before this commission was formed, has looked at this issue, and they reached the same conclusion that the commission's counsel has, that the triggering event is the release of the data in the legacy format. So again, I can't speak to the legal reasoning behind that, but I can tell you that our council did reach the same conclusion that your council did. So because it appears that that California may be able to use this legacy data format to start the state and local redistricting process sooner than if we had to wait for the release of the traditionally formatted file, there's a possibility that the 2022 primary may not have to be moved in order to accommodate these delays. And that's one of the things that the legislature will be looking into and having conversations, continuing to have conversations with election officials and other interested parties to figure out how to accommodate those changes. But any change in the date of the primary election, any other changes to the elections code, to deadlines in the elections code to accommodate the changes in the redistricting schedule are things that the legislature can and would do through legislation, including potentially changes to candidate filing deadlines or other changes to reflect the changes in the revised redistricting timeline. As with any significant changes to the elections process, we always try to evaluate those changes from the lens of making sure that we're minimizing risks to the elections process. And that's especially true when we're considering policy changes where we don't have recent experience that we can look to try to evaluate what the impacts of that are. And to that point, the last time that California had a statewide primary election later in the year than June 8th was almost 80 years ago. So we don't have recent experience with having a primary election beyond the beginning of June. And while we can probably anticipate some of the challenges that would come along with moving the primary back later than that, there are almost certainly unanticipated consequences to such a change as well. And as always, and we want to make sure that those unanticipated consequences don't create an unacceptable risk of disenfranchising voters, which is something that I think it's fair to say when the legislature looks at issues like these is always at the forefront of our minds of how do we make sure that we accommodate a primary election in this case that can be held in a way that maintains the integrity of the process and that ensures that we're not disenfranchising voters. So with all that said, the creation of the redistricting database is something that the legislature has an obligation under the law to do. And it's an obligation that we have to coordinate with the Citizens Redistricting Commission on that. But it is something that is important not only obviously for the Citizens Redistricting Commission at the state level, but it's essential for redistricting at the local level as well. And all those are important pieces to resolving in time to then allow for preparations for and the conduct of the primary election. And then subsequently the general election on a timeline that works to protect the input process that is an essential part of the redistricting process, both at the state and local level, to protect the time that county elections officials and state elections officials need to prepare for and conduct the primary and general election, and then to make sure that the turnaround time between the primary and general election allows the general election to be conducted effectively, all while making sure that we're not unduly affecting voters, which at the end of the day, I think is the largest group of people that are going to be affected by all these decisions are the 20+ million voters in the state of California.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, do you have any questions, comments, follow-up?
Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you all. This has been really helpful, and obviously we need to continue to process. So be patient with us as we ask questions you may have already answered, but we're processing. Mr. Jones, you had mentioned the disenfranchisement of voters, and that's something that's really top of mind for me as well. But can you explain more how changing the primaries could affect that piece?
Sure. There are, I think there are unanticipated potential implications of making such a change. Generally speaking, when California has looked at changing the date of the primary election in the past, not necessarily in the context of the situation that we're in now, but sort of broader policy conversations about the appropriate time for holding the primary election, there are considerations about the amount of time that elections officials need between the primary and general election to make sure that there aren't problems with the general election. There are considerations surrounding just people's lives generally and how that affects their likelihood to participate in the election and to be able to participate in the election. You'll notice, for instance, one of the timelines that I don't think anybody has really thrown out as a potential possibility for moving the primary election is July 5th. And the reason is we know that if you move a primary election to the day after a 4th of July holiday, that could very negatively impact that process in a way. So that's why you've seen, in addition to the existing date, you've seen two other dates that skip over that early July date as a potential. So it's things as simple as, you know, people's travel schedules over the summer, but there are a lot of other more complex factors as well that it really is hard to anticipate all the things that could affect how people respond to what would be a change that and an election date that's something that we haven't done in close to 8 decades.
Tricia, could I, yes, call on you?
Oh, thank you. And I just wanted to add on to what Ethan was saying is our last primary was in March of last year. So just by going by, because it was moved back to June, we're already going to need to do a bunch of outreach on our end because people may be thinking in March, now there's going to be a primary because that's the last one we had. So anytime you move the date equals you have to really do outreach to educate people when the actual date is going to be. And so moving it even later than a month that they're sort of used to, because we did that 4 years ago, then it adds extra challenges.
Thank you so much. Any final comments from our guests? Okay, Commissioner Sadwani.
Sure. Well, I was just chomping at the bit to add in from a research standpoint, when you look at voter turnout in primary elections, particularly for communities of color, you see a huge drop off, right? Especially in non-presidential election years. So I can imagine that moving the primary could potentially have a disproportionate impact on communities of color, voting communities of color here in California. But with that, I know that we are up against our break. I want to thank our guests so very much for coming in today. I see Lori has one last thing to say, which I will certainly make that time for. I think this has been a great first conversation, and the subcommittee will continue to work with stakeholders to bring more folks for additional conversations and hopefully develop a recommendation that the whole commission can begin to think about and consider. Lori, you want to have the last word?
Oh, I just urge you to bring in folks to talk about the impact on voters, because there are folks are going to be doing education already about the primary being moved, whether a few weeks, whether they think that impact. I'd encourage you to hear from some of those experts.
let me in closing thank all of our guests. We do really appreciate this. And also say I don't want to presume on your time, so I will, I guess, refrain from issuing a formal invitation to join us after lunch. We do always take public comment first thing after lunch. I'm anticipating that we could have quite a bit of public comment, and what we will do is we will take down any questions that are relevant to you and channel those to you, and then get your responses and post those on our website so that the public can have access. So again, thank you so much, and we look forward to keeping in touch. So it's 12:45. We will take our 1 hour lunch break and be back at 1:45. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Welcome back from the lunch break. We had a very good discussion of the impact of the census delay on our calendar as well as the electoral cycle, and would like to open it up for public comment at this point. So, Katie, would you please read the instructions for general public comment?
Will do, Chair. Okay. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted to enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed, it is 923-1796-5628 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press star 6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. And again, if you are in the queue, please press star 9 to raise your hand, indicating you wish to comment. Thank you. We do have someone in the queue, however, they have not raised their hand yet. Right. And we do have a raised hand. Here we go. And the floor is yours. 2790.
Yeah, hi, this is, yes, hello. This is Kevin Millar from Antioch, and I wanted to call about the discussion this morning. It was really concerning to hear that. Maybe I misheard. It sounded like the panelists suggested ignoring your own lawyers and filing suit over what's really just 2 weeks in the whole process. I mean, I don't understand why we would sue over 2 weeks. The last commission drew these lines. They took 8 months, you know. But from what I can tell, you're going to have 16 months, and that's not even enough. That's twice as much as the last time. I'm 16 weeks, I think. Yeah, anyways, you have less than 2 weeks with the data. There's nothing you can do an extra 8 months of planning just to go a little bit faster. I don't understand why we would get in this big fight over 2 weeks. I don't think suing is going to help progress things. And, they were going to be asking about 20 million people to change everything, all their election districts, once these maps are done. And, just the fact that we can't think through how to deal with 2 weeks, I think that's really selfish. It's not what we want as part of this. So please reconsider, and please share the pain with the rest of the people involved in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Millar. Katie, next caller.
Yes. We do have a couple people with raised hands, but I would like to ask anybody else in the queue, if you do not have your hand raised, please press star 9 to raise your hand, and I will go to the next caller. And the floor is yours.
Hello, this is Renee Westa Lusk, Renee. Last name is Westa, and then there's a hyphen, and then it's Lusk, Lusk. My personal read on this is that, because I've been active in elections and politically for a number of years, and moving the primary has been done before, mostly from the June to the March era. It's been done, I think, at least 2 or 3 times before last year. It doesn't really, in my opinion, I haven't seen really good data that affects voter turnout by moving it earlier. My concern is moving it to July 12th. I think you're going to have more difficult time getting the voters engaged, and especially under the duress of COVID. The other thing I think that the commissioners should do, they should come up with their own absolute deadline of when they must have their map drawing done and everything, regardless of the well, not regardless, but in order to accommodate the election cycle, because I'm worried that the county clerks will not have enough time to do their job, because you're expecting them to redistrict all their precincts on top of coping with COVID and on top of doing their regular elections jobs. If they only had to do the regular election job without COVID and without having to redistrict, they probably would have enough time to do their work in 30 days. But I think expecting them to do all their work in 30 days and be ready to start sending out for publishing the ballots and everything is not enough time. I think they need more than that. They need like 15 extra days, or not, actually bump it up to 60. And I think the commission should come up with their own deadline to accommodate the election clerks. That's my comment. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Westa-Lusk. And indeed, as Mr. Millar said, this is about exploring how we can best share the pain among, among all of the actors involved. We also have something on the order of 175 or more districts to draw, and those are going to take us more than 5 or 10 minutes each. So we just have to figure out how best to divide this up to give everybody the best chance of success. So thank you for your comment. Katie, do we have more?
We do. We have another caller with their hand raised, and we do have other callers in the queue that do not have their hand raised. So if they would like to raise their hand, again, it is star 9. And I will unmute the caller that does have their hand raised. And the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, commissioners. This is James Woodson calling from the Black Census and Redistricting Hub. I hope you all are doing well. Just want to thank you for your consideration of the elections timeline and the final map deadline. I know it's a lot to think about, and there's a lot of stakeholders and a lot of opinions. I wanted to just sort of lift up our thoughts on this. I think folks know that we are connected to an organization called California Calls that historically has done a lot of voter engagement around infrequent voters, voters of color, folks who are at high risk of being disenfranchised. We were very active last year trying to figure out what elections would look like to ensure that we would not disenfranchise voters. And we do, multiple rounds of voter engagement over the last several years, every year. From our perspective, I think that, first of all, that the primary has moved multiple times, right? That we initially had primaries in June. We moved them to March, and now we are moving them back to June. The primary is also on a different date every year that we have to really sort of contend with and figure out how to educate folks on when the primary will take place. And so that is certainly always an issue that comes up for us every year. But we do, our best and use our resources to make sure that folks are educated about when they can vote. I think for us as a group that does voter engagement, but also is doing redistricting outreach, there's certainly more important for us to have time for line drawing, for public input on maps, than it is to preserve the primary date. Again, we will use resources to make sure that the public is educated about when the primary is. But again, it changes every year. And I think those are issues that we are well equipped to deal with and navigate around. What doesn't come around every year and what we haven't been equipped to necessarily deal with is a shifting and changing redistricting timeline that allows for a minimum amount of public input time. And so we would just ask that, you all do your best to protect as much time as you can. Again, I know that there's a lot of moving pieces in consideration, but again, just wanted to lift up our perspective on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woodson. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yes, Mr. Woodson, if you're still there. So if I may, just to clarify, so what I'm hearing then is having more time during the input process for communities to share their communities of interest or their potential full maps that they might want to submit to the commission. You see that as being more valuable, that time period, right? Because it only comes around once every 10 years, than maintaining the primary. Is that correct?
That's right. Yes, I think we know, right, that there are, considerations and restrictions around the primary date, but we don't see moving the date, a few weeks to give folks more time to weigh in on maps as more important than it is to provide time for public input. We also have to sort of evaluate, when redistricting data comes up and draw maps to submit to you all, and to give us more time to do that, I think would be valuable.
Very good. Thank you again, Mr. Woodson.
Thank you.
Katie?
And we do have one more caller. No. Oh, shoot. Sorry. And the floor is yours. I apologize for that.
No worries. Hi, my name is Julia Marks. I'm calling from Asian Americans Advancing Justice, Asian Law Caucus. And I just wanted to start off by saying thank you for your deep engagement with this. It is a challenging set of circumstances and has a lot of complexity, and I appreciate the care you're bringing to the project. I'll be reiterating quite a few of the points made by the previous caller. I just wanted to share some reflections on how the decisions that you're weighing might affect the communities that Asian Law Caucus works with. We do work with organizations on voter education, and we do care deeply about equitable access to the voting process, especially for lower propensity voters and for communities of color. But we are working on redistricting too, and want to be sure that there's going to be adequate time for communities to engage at the state and local level in the process. And a lot of this takes the form of sharing COI, which can occur before the data are ready. But a large portion of the work is also in coming up with draft map proposals and talking to community members about what those may look like and bringing them to the commission as suggestions and recommendations so that we can better inform your line drawing process. So I want to reiterate the importance of having enough time between the release of the census data and the drafting of maps and the finalization of maps to make sure there's full opportunity for public participation in that essential part of the process. So to the issue of moving the primary, well, we do have some concerns that it could cause some voter confusion. We're already anticipating needing to educate voters on the fact that the primary will be in June, since the last major primary for the presidency was in March. And we think there's more importance in making sure there's enough time to do the best job possible on these maps that will last a decade than being too worried about making changes to the primary date. So I just wanted to share that perspective, and thank you again for being a key stakeholder in these conversations for the commission itself and for all Californians who want to have a say in this process.
Thank you, Ms. Marks. Katie, do we have any other callers?
That was it.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. And we will take public comment again in just over an hour before going into our closed session. So if anyone still has anything they want to share with us, we would be taking our afternoon break at 3:15. And so about 3 o'clock or so, we might be turning back to public comment. At this point, we will continue with subcommittee updates. And the next subcommittee is the Language Access Subcommittee. I know that Commissioner Fernandez is away for a couple of hours dealing with family issues. Commissioner Akutagawa, are you in a position to report to us on language access issues? Okay, we will hold on language access and go to materials development. Again, Commissioner Fernandez is away for a couple of hours. The one thing that I would report at this point is that we are working with staff to develop 2 new slides for the presentation. Director Ceja outlined those earlier in the day. Those are on what sort of input we are looking for as far as communities of interest, what constitutes good and useful input for us. And the second will be on language access. So hopefully the next meeting or by the meeting on the 12th, we will have those finalized as far as our recommendations. Commissioner Sinai.
Those are great, but I also think, and I think we might need a third one that's just a little bit more detail on how do you identify your community and community of interest. And that might be in the first one you were discussing, but just really understanding, how to not define, but how to, that it's a team sport and what does a team look like or whatever.
Right, and our approach on this was to say, okay, we currently have a slide that has both what I consider a pretty good text description of what a community of interest is, and then a bullet talking about describing your community of interest. And we concluded that the bullet on describing your community of interest could be pulled out into a separate slide and beefed up some, because we have had people asking us, how do you want this input, or what would constitute good and useful input? So I think we could work and continue to refine the original slide, the main body of the original slide, to address what you're talking about. What is a community of interest? And the second one that we're working with staff on right now is, what is good and useful input? And then it transitions into, these are the different ways that you can convey your input to us. Go ahead, Commissioner Simon.
No, I guess I see a what is a community of interest? How do you define a community of interest, and how do you let us know about it? So there's kind of that middle one where when I'm doing the presentation, I kind of struggle, is where most of the questions come in. Is political parties, or is this, a lot of those questions come up. So that's the part of, even if it's just examples or a little, I know we have that kind of in the drawing, but there's a few of different texts that I've read and I shared with Freddie, with Director Ceja, that has kind of, these are the 3 C's to look for. I can't even, culture, I can't remember what they are, but there's just different ways. So it's that middle piece sometimes I think people are still struggling with.
Okay. To the extent that you can provide some more input to Director Ceja, so that as he's developing this for the subcommittee to review, that would be fantastic. Okay, Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to add, in addition, or for me, more importantly than the how, or just as important, would be the why. I still think that we can blow out some more why it matters. If people are clear why the description, the delineation of who they want to be in relationship with, why that matters, I think it'll help them with the how. Understanding that if indeed they do not define who their community of interest is, they could be broken up into different districts, which when issues arise, they don't know who to necessarily call on, or with everyone reaching out to different districts, it waters down their desire. I think if there was more, this is why it matters to you specifically, instead of giving a general, it can impact even your school districts. It can even impact maybe some scenarios or something specific about what difference it would make if you had one representative as opposed to people that you're in relationship with or in different areas. I think that would really help our community. Okay. I'll certainly discuss this with Commissioner Fernandez, but likewise, if you have any specific examples that you could share with, or suggestions that you could share with Director Ceja, that would be fantastic. Okay, anything else? Then we will move to website. Commissioner Taylor, do you have anything at this point?
Just a few things real quick. Just want to acknowledge that staff is working hard, diligently, for all the suggestions to try to implement those. I know they're especially working hard right now to get all of the videos posted from our engagements. So if you follow on the outreach calendar, more of those videos are now being posted. Again, this is a work in progress, so continue to send us your ideas and we'll try to implement those with staff, but they are working diligently to try to accomplish all our goals.
And of course, Commissioner Fernandez's indication from earlier today that we will be working to get the transcripts of meetings up as well. So that hopefully we'll be able to address the concerns of those who wrote in to encourage us to post those transcripts. Next, we have data management, Commissioners Ahmad and Turner.
Thank you, Chair. We have three points to deliver today. One is that we are moving forward with the data management or data manager position. We have worked with the team to put together that duty statement, revised it, got input from USDR in terms of some of the technical aspects of the position itself. Raul is pushing that through. We do have to get that position established. However, I was told that it will be a more streamlined process this time around. So we are looking forward to that. We are in conversation with USDR to sort of draft out our agreement terms, not necessarily a contract as we had discussed previously, but just some sort of document that we can point to so we have a very clear understanding of what CRC's responsibilities are and what USDR are volunteering to take on for this project. And then the last item, we are very excited to have a conversation with the line drawers when it is told to us that it is appropriate to do so. I think it will be very, very beneficial in terms of the management of all the information that comes through so that we can best create a process that will supplement and support our line drawers in an efficient manner moving forward. Trina, Commissioner Turner, am I forgetting anything?
You are spot on.
And Chair, we will not be meeting our additional agenda item. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Next up, we have grants, Commissioners Akutagawa and Lamont. Commissioner Lamont.
Hi there, good afternoon. So we have, as you all know, that this innovative pioneering idea of ours to provide grants to community-based organizations, et cetera, is something new. And based on the nature of our commission and what governs our operations and how we navigate with the state, et cetera, there's still a few things that we're working out in terms of clearing the path to being able to actually do this. So unfortunately, you don't have an advancement update to report today. My hope is that by our next commission meeting, we'll have something more definitive, but we're still trying to cross the T's and dot the I's with regard to our ability to do this and how we can do it within the framework of how we exist as a commission and the regulatory requirements that govern what we do or don't do. So that's as much as I can really speak to that today. But the team is busy working and staff is working diligently with the appropriate parties so that we'll be able to bring a more substantive update at our next meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm just, in order to report on the communities of interest tool, I'm just pulling up an email chain, which is a very long thread. The latest from last week was that the communities of interest input tool is now available in Korean, Russian, Armenian, Japanese, Punjabi, and Khmer. So the colleagues at Statewide Database have made enormous progress in delivering to us the COI tool in additional languages. We really appreciate all of their hard work on this. And we look forward to hearing how things are going as far as user statistics. And we know that they are also now, they're working on getting Farsi and Arabic up. Those are taking just a little bit longer because scripts are read right to left rather than left to right. And that once Arabic and Farsi are up, they will be able to turn their attention to Hmong and Thai. So we will continue to roll out languages as they become available. And we are very excited and want to encourage populations throughout the state that need this sort of language access to make use of the communities of interest input tool in their language so that we can all demonstrate the utility of making it available in these additional languages. Commissioner Kutagawa, do you have anything further to add?
No, that was a great report. Thank you.
Thank you. And can I come back to you at this point for a report on the Language Access Subcommittee? You're muted. Sorry.
Oh, my apologies. I just want to just share in terms of the language access, we have finalized a contract with one of the vendors for the interpretation and translation. They're called Continental, and we are beginning to have some of the documents translated. I mentioned this morning that the PowerPoint charts, the FAQs, and just about redistricting. There's just a simple fact sheet about redistricting that those documents are being translated, and I will also double check with Director Seha to make sure that I'm not misrepresenting, but I believe those were the three that we had agreed upon. So, okay, I see that he's nodding yes.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. This was back on the COI tool. And I'd actually like to both the COI tool group and also possibly the data management to consider. You both are the subcommittees that are looking at what information we're actually gathering from the community of interest tool. And at this point, what I'd like to say is, could you possibly, with that in mind, take the first initial pass at what evaluation criteria might look like for the communities of interest? Because that's, since you have that information, this is an issue we will all need to be dealing with. The line drawers will obviously be very interested in this, but this is a commission decision. So if you guys could just start that process with knowing the information that you're actually going to be gathering and looking at, that'd be a great step, I think, forward for the entire group. Thank you.
And just, this is mostly for the benefit of the public, if you can just provide a little more detail on what it is you're suggesting that we do as far as establishing criteria for communities of interest.
Well, I believe we're hearing those questions about when the public is calling in and say, well, what do you want as we tell you about our community? What is good criteria? Because basically what they're asking is, what will the commission be considering should we have two communities of interest which are overlap or in direct confrontation with each other when we need to just draw district lines? Something has to get divided up. How do we as the commission evaluate that fairly, considering the public and considering their input? And so I think it's making a stab at that. What is in the public's best interest, and what information can we give the public to help us evaluate it as well, and equally and fairly? So this is the issue I think that we will need to be grappling with, and I believe the public is indeed started thinking about along those lines as well. Right.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Commissioner Anderson, I guess I'm not sure if we can say what is good or what is bad. I mean, their input is their input, and I think that's what we've been saying we want. I think in terms of when there's let's just say, conflicting interests in a region. I think what my understanding is, we have to be guided first and foremost by those, 6 different criteria that as a redistricting commission we have to follow in terms of how we draw those, lines. And so I guess in some ways, to me, that those are some of those considerations, but the public is going to give their input. And I would just say, given some of the early inputs that we've already received, that were part of our meeting handouts today, you could see that we're going to get, a wide range of different inputs. But I think I feel a little uncomfortable saying that we're going to judge what's good and what's bad. I think we just have to take what we can get based on what people are able and willing to give in the best of their abilities, and to try to understand and to I guess through the use of both the data management, but also our line drawers, help us to really understand how we can best use that data. And they may be used in different ways, perhaps, to guide us around those decisions. But I would just say, if anybody else has any different opinions, I mean, I think this is what makes this really interesting and kind of fun to work with too.
Could I say a little bit more about it? It's
Yes.
certainly not at all about good bad data or bad data. We want, that's not it. It's and we'll absolutely follow the 6 criteria. What happens is, when we're trying to draw or gather a district, and there is, in our number 4 item, of all equal weight are city lines, county lines, and communities of interest. Now, not often, but sometimes city lines go around counties. They're in 2 counties. Sometimes those communities might be in that and then an additional area. When we're evaluating, we have to draw a line, unfortunately, right down the middle of something like that. How do we weigh these issues? And that's something that the line drawer will give us. You could do this, you could do that, and still meet the VRA requirements and things like that. But ultimately, the commission has to evaluate these. And we have no basis of that yet. And it's not good or bad. We want to keep all communities together. It's just sort of these are ideas we have to start thinking about. It's not ranking or anything like that.
Commissioner Kitagawa.
I guess I will say that this is where and why public input is going to be so important, because the more input we can get, the better it helps inform our decisions when we do have all things being equal. What are the communities telling us? And the more we can get, the more nuanced we can also get because of their input. And I would just say, for anybody that's listening, this is where, again, another example of our voices really being important, and that it does matter. And, if anybody thinks that, oh, what does it matter? It matters. And I think I would just encourage anybody to please, provide that public input, because I think, Commissioner Anderson, you do bring up a really good point. And it would be helpful to hear from the communities themselves, rather than us just trying to weigh all things being equal, and ultimately, doing our best that we can with the information that we have.
Commissioner Sinai.
This is a question that we'll all be grappling with, but I think it's that's why there is an independent redistricting commission of 14 very diverse, unique individuals, and they work so hard to get us all with different lived experiences, professional experiences. And I don't think you can create a criteria. I mean, I thought about it and I'm like, well, how do you do it? I think it's going to be something democracy is messy, and that's going to be the messiest part when we have these competing conflicts of interest and figuring it out. And I wouldn't want to create a criteria that people end up trying to work around or whatnot versus hearing what people had to say. We're going to get different perspectives from the same geographic area. And sometimes we'll get actual district maps and some, we're going to get all sorts of information. But the state of California and the Cal have depended on, put it on us to deal with that messiness and ask more questions and learn together. So I just feel really uncomfortable about creating any type of criteria.
Okay, very good. Thank you. 9M, cybersecurity, Commissioners Fornashari and Taylor.
Nothing new from the security standpoint, unless Neil has something.
Okay, very good. Incarcerated populations, Commissioners Fernandez and Sinai. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. So Commissioner Fernandez and I have met with the 3 different groups, the California Department of Corrections, Chief Probation Officers of California, and the California State Sheriffs. We're going to now take all our notes from the different groups and kind of put them together and see what would work the easiest. Obviously, all of them are really supportive of what we're doing. They want their folks and the incarcerated people to participate. We've also said, well, how do we get your staff to participate? Because that's another group. A lot of people work in those areas, especially in rural areas. So we're having good conversations, and we'll come back soon with some recommendations. But I don't think we'll need to create anything new. That we will just use the COI paper tool that's being created. It's going to work well.
Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Sinai, I'm wondering, with the paper COI tools that we have available for the population, I'm wondering if there's any particular video outreach or something that is targeted to that population that will help them participate and see the importance, even if them being housed at the time.
You're absolutely right. And it's kind of a 2-prong. So we have been talking about what time do they have videos and all that. So that's part of it as well. It won't be just giving them paper and they have to figure out what it is. So we're looking at kind of a whole education campaign. Also, I want to bring up again, we bring it up a lot, but the census really helped with this because the census worked within a lot of these institutions. So they were already much more open for us, saying, how can we build on what you did for the census? But yes, I think you're bringing up a great point, Trina. Commissioner Turner, sorry.
Okay, and not just the how to fill it out. I would imagine there would be instructions coming with the COI tool. You'll understand I'm talking about why they still are concerned and would want to participate, even if they were lifers, even if they were wherever the case was. Okay.
Exactly. It's more that civic piece, being connected to your. Yes, I hear what you're saying. The bigger picture.
And that is what would go as at least part of the text on the tear-off sheet, not the sheet that comes, not the form itself, but we do at this point, we are looking at having a separate, not separate, an attached but detachable sheet accompanying the form. So they can't get separated until the person is ready to fill out the form, and that detachable part would have some text on why it is important for people to provide this input, not just the instructions on how to do so. Okay, 9O, public input meeting design.
Sorry, did you miss M, cybersecurity?
I did not. Commissioner Taylor reported that there was nothing significant to report.
Thank you.
So 9O, public input meeting design.
Okay, I'll go. Let's see. So we had our first public input design meeting, subcommittee meeting, and I think it went really well. There's a several page attachment here for you all, 6 pages. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. I'm going to hit the highlights. Commissioner Sinai is going to help out where I'm missing points. But we focused for this first meeting on the what and the how, and I think we had a really spirited discussion. And where was I going to start?
The why and the what, not the how.
Yeah, the why and the what. Why did I write how down? What, not how. So one of the topics that came up, we talked about the different phases of public input, the public education and the pre-census public input and post-census public input, and what do we need during each of those phases, and what are the tools we're going to use. But some good questions came up during that time. The original design, or the kind of, let's call it the baseline design that was used for the budgeting purposes, included 4 meetings for group presentations. And so we did have a bit of discussion about that. Is it fair to give groups more time? How does that weigh their input more than individual input? How do we define a group? What types of input are community groups looking to give? So Commissioner Sinai and I met with representatives of a few community groups to try to understand that. And we got some good ideas there. And for those of you who didn't quite catch it, we added another meeting of this committee on April 6th before our evening meeting. And we're inviting folks from community groups to come and discuss in more detail about what their plan is to help inform the subcommittee, and then ultimately inform the entire commission about the approach, so we can understand what they're thinking and understand how we can engage with those folks. And then another good question and good discussion that came up during the meeting, we don't have answers for, but we're thinking about, and I thought I'd share with the whole commission, is, when does public input stop? I mean, when do we stop public input? We can't just continue to take public input as we're drawing the maps, or we've got to have some time to digest the public input and then incorporate that in our map drawing. And so, we've got a series of questions about that. And we also talked about, how much time do we give the public to digest the census information after it comes out before we put our maps out, and when we accept input from the public. And it was interesting for those of you who watched the interviews on the litigation council, I think all 3 of them suggested giving the public some time to digest the census data before coming out with your maps. And I think Commissioner Sidwani said she was going to capture some of the other suggestions from the litigation council interviews. And it was really interesting to hear their thoughts. But so just some of the things that came up there. And we already touched on this idea to dub the in the 12 languages, and we're still following up on that. We don't have all the cost data on that, but we're finishing up. But again, we thought we'd just go ahead and do what we could do in the interim, and have those 2 public meetings we suggested, and in the outreach update. And so for our next meeting, we're going to be looking at sort of the ground rules or the framework within which we need to work. And so we're getting the legal requirements, we're getting the budget, we're going to talk about the contract with the line drawer and what the framework of that contract looks like. And so we can understand that. And now that we have maybe a little bit better of an idea of a notional timeline in there, so we'll try to put something together at least that we can talk to for that meeting. And then the meeting on the 6th, we're going to, as I mentioned, we're going to invite in some community groups and understand what their process is. We're hoping to have the line drawer come potentially too and talk with them a little bit more. And then the follow-on subsequent meeting is on the 14th. And we're hoping that we can begin to make some decisions on what our, at least our pre-census outreach or input meetings look like, and begin to start picking out dates for those meetings. And that, I think, Commissioner Sinai, did I miss anything?
No, the only thing, quoting Commissioner Farnashari during our meeting, we won't be making any decisions. We'll be creating recommendations to bring to the full commission. But we're having fun, I think. We are hoping that we will be creating a parameters document kind of after our meeting coming up so that we all have it. So it's a template that we can all refer to, because I think often we get confused on what's Bagley Keene, what's actually from our, where are we, what are real constraints and which ones have we put on ourselves because we've heard it somewhere. So we're just trying to figure all those pieces out. But thank you everybody who's been participating.
So we're getting some documents together that we'll be posting as soon as we can. I put together a legal summary. I put together a budget summary, and it's just based on the baseline budget, and then that we have, and that's the budget. We're going to design these meetings the way we want to design, and then Commissioner Anderson is putting together some information on the line drawer contract. So I'll have that for Thursday. You're muted.
Very good. Any questions, comments from other commissioners? Okay, not seeing any. Lessons learned subcommittee, Commissioner Ahmed and I want to thank Commissioner Sinai for continuing to channel lessons learned suggestions to us. Commissioner Ahmed, anything else?
Nope, I made some notes from the interviews. I heard my keyword trigger of perhaps this is a lesson learned. So jotted those things down, but keep them coming.
Excellent. Commissioner Sinai.
I'm loving the fact that the community now is saying that. So I think one of the last ones I sent you actually came from one of the groups said, can you put this in your lesson learned document? So keep sending them in, community.
Excellent. Okay. Deputy Executive Director Recruitment, which we are now renaming the Outreach Director Recruitment. That would be Commissioners Ahmed and Fernandez. So Commissioner Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. We have everything ready to go for the recruitment, I should say, of our Director of Outreach. We are waiting for the alert we get in our inbox saying that posting is posted and live. Once that happens, I encourage everyone to share widely with your networks. We do have social media this time around for this executive hire, so we will be sharing on our social media platforms as well.
Very good. And finally, Chief Counsel Recruitment, Commissioners Anderson and Toledo.
Okay, thank you. You did hear a little bit of the update from our executive director. The chief counsel recruitment is all finalized. It's all perfect. It went to TGS, which is Department of Government Services. And as soon as they are able to post it, it will be posted. And then to coordinate to whenever that actually it could be the end of today, it might be first thing tomorrow. And then it will also go up on our website. So it is essentially it's a done deal and it's up. So it's all done. We haven't quite seen it yet because of the standard procedure. It goes to state who posts it, and we post it posts essentially at the same time. So that could be and literally any day.
Okay. If it is before 2 p.m. on Wednesday, we would be able to get that listing into electionline.org for this week. If we miss 2 p.m., which is 5 p.m. Eastern, then it would not be able to appear there until next week. So I am hoping and I'm happy to be the one who reaches out to them if that would be helpful. There are others such as Professor Rick Hasen's election law blog out of UC Irvine that Rick has been generous in listing such things for us in the past. So, you know, yes, let us know as soon as it's ready to roll.
Okay.
Commissioner said
we get it, we will send it out.
Commissioner said one.
Thank you. Just a quick question, and maybe I missed this. How long are we anticipating the recruitment to be live? Like when would applicants be due? When would applications be due?
We did not actually set that because of when it actually goes live. So, you know, they usually say, what's the date? And we didn't want that to be, you know, in 2 days. So we did not actually set that. Pedro, did you want to talk about what we were considering?
We were looking at about a 3-week turnaround.
I would just add, that sounds great. You know, many of the folks that we interviewed last week for litigation or VRA certainly have a wealth of experience. Some of them, particularly in representing public entities. And certainly, I think it would be worthwhile at minimum reaching out to them to let them know that this is that there is this opening, and perhaps someone, if not themselves, perhaps someone in their networks might have the relevant experience that we might be looking for.
Yeah, that. Once their once recommendations and things for other jobs have been taken care of, we certainly plan to do that. So thank you, Commissioner Zavani. And I think that's all, unless someone else had a question.
I think Director Seha had a question.
Director Seha.
Yep. I just checked the CalCareers site, and Chief Counsel is already posted on the site.
Yay.
Live.
Great. So yes, so we'll get it, Commissioner Kennedy, if we can get that, or if Director Seha, if you have a copy of it, or I know our executive director does, if we can hand it to the appropriate people to be distributed, that would be very, very good. Thank you. Although we do have to put a date on it now. So we'll give you a date on that.
And Director Seha just put the listing, just sent out the email and the web link to the posting.
Perfect. Thank you.
Very good. Okay. So next up, we have the Legal Affairs Committee update. Commissioners Yee, Toledo, and Sadwani. Commissioner Anderson?
Sorry, there's one more committee we haven't actually met yet, but we needed to add it. Remember, we created the, looking at Commissioner Fornaciari, is it the IT recruitment subcommittee? Is that what I think we're calling ourselves? So, which is Commissioner Fornaciari and myself. Do you want to take over, Commissioner Fornaciari?
Yeah, we haven't met yet. We're getting Raul's getting the slot, and then we had a draft job posting that we had gotten, but it wasn't quite right. So I'd asked Director Hernandez to look into see if there are standard job categories that we might want to look at for this. So we're gonna get going here. We haven't met yet, but we're moving out.
Okay, so we will need to add that to the agenda for the meeting on the 12th and 13th.
So I did kind of have a question. And so this is a staff role. So why did we form a subcommittee to recruit for a staff role? I mean, we have subcommittees to recruit for executive roles, but it just kind of dawned on me. I mean, I was all gung-ho for this subcommittee to be formed. And then as I'm thinking of reviewing our job, our hiring protocol in reviewing what we've done in the past, yeah, I don't know, it's just something that occurred to me that I thought I'd throw out there. See if anybody else had a comment on that.
Yeah, I guess it was because when we did that, it was thinking the specialty involved, you know, a bit more information on it.
Okay, Commissioner Toledo and then Commissioner Ahmed.
So I was just going to point out that on the chief counsel job description, the April 12th is the filing date. So it appears that we do have a date for submission, and that's April 12th.
Which is
that's
2 weeks.
exactly 2 weeks. 2 weeks for applicant.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. Just in response to Commissioner Fornaciari's question, I do think it's important that we stick to some sort of standardized protocol in terms of hiring practices. I would also raise asking Alvaro and team if this is a position that they require or if we already have that in-house talent, and sort of leaning on their expertise on the inner workings of the organization to determine the specific needs for this type of role. Just something to consider.
Director Hernandez.
Yes, thank you. As far as the talent being available, what we're looking for is someone who is full-time, IT person who is full-time versus the current staffing, which is not full-time, it's part-time. So that's one of the considerations. In regards to the technical aspect, we don't have anyone else that could fill that role at this point, and that's why we want to do the recruiting. In response to Commissioner Fornaciari's question, either way would work for us, and if we continue the path that we have, whereas the staff will pursue the duty statement and so forth and work through the Finance and Administration Subcommittee and or the Data Management Subcommittee and or any other committee that wants to be involved, we'll be more than happy to do so. It's just a matter of letting us know what you would prefer. Thank you.
It's fine with me
Okay.
if we continue. I mean, I'm happy to continue to support it either way. It just kind of dawned on me that we're kind of treating this one a bit differently, but we're treating the data manager a little bit differently too. So, you know, we can just carry on helping out if that's okay.
Director Hernandez.
So just to be clear, we're not creating a subcommittee for the IT recruitment. Is that what I'm understanding?
My understanding from what was said was that we already did.
We already
And
did.
the question was whether we should extinguish it or keep it alive.
What do you think, Commissioner Anderson? Do you want, I mean,
I think it would certainly be helpful because given how many other tasks that I know the staff is doing, if we could help out, I'd be more than willing to do that.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be on a subcommittee level, but
Okay. For the time being, we will maintain that subcommittee and we'll add it to the agenda for the 12th and 13th. So now we will proceed to the report from the Legal Affairs Committee.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I want to be mindful of time, though. I mean, I think I can give an update of where we are now, but I think it will lead to a longer, fuller discussion from the whole commission. So I know we have a closed session later this afternoon. I'm wondering what your timing looks like.
If there's anything that you want to share in public session, there's probably 10 or 15 minutes for that, followed by public comment, followed by the afternoon break and closed session. And then we would have sometime tomorrow. We do have a presentation from the line drawer tomorrow, but it looks like we might not have much else before our scheduled middle of the day conclusion, and then the subcommittee would have its meeting tomorrow afternoon, the public input meeting design subcommittee.
Thursday afternoon.
Or yes, Thursday. Thank you.
Okay, so why don't I update the commission and the public where the Legal Affairs Committee is at, and then anticipate that on Thursday we'll pick up the topic and open the discussion to the issues that will be raised. How's that?
Good.
Okay, so the Legal Affairs Committee did produce a memo, which is in your handouts, outlining the motion that we had passed, as well as the reasoning behind it. So basically, recruiting for the VRA Council and Litigation Council, we unanimously decided to recommend Stromwasser Wucher plus David Becker for VRA Council, and then Stromwasser Wucher and David Becker plus Gibson Dunn for Litigation Co-Counsel. So those were the recommendations that we voted on and passed. Since then, we've received significant public comment, including from 2 former commissioners, raising additional thoughts and considerations. I would say nothing has come up that we didn't consider, at least somewhat, but the comment from the former commissioners, as well as members of the public, do add to the depth of probably needed discussion on the full commission of some of the issues. 2 in particular, one had to do with disclosures. And there was a bit of back and forth with Gibson Dunn about their disclosures of possible conflicts of interest and lobbying activity and political donations, an issue that actually did come up in 2011 as well. You can see in the meeting handouts our query to them and their quick response. I would say for lessons learned, ding, 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 there was a bit of, there could have been more precision and clarity in the RFI about exactly what we were asking for. At the same time, within the range of interpretation that the RFI presented, one could disclose more or disclose less. And in the case of Gibson Dunn, it was a little less. When we queried, they responded quickly and fully. However, there have been comments from the public about whether this, represents a kind of a way of looking at things and a way of working with us that may give us some pause. On the matter of, there's the other matter that would bear some discussion, is the nature of Gibson Dunn's work and how it has represented interests that may be perceived or may actually be contrary to our values as a redistricting commission. And it's the nature, of course, of legal practice that one can specialize. And for instance, Storm Officer Wutcher specializes in representing government entities, government agencies, and so typically finds itself aligned with the values of, of those agencies. Gibson Dunn has worked kind of both sides of lots of different things. And that includes things that would be perceived by many as being contrary to our values. So for instance, right now, currently, they're representing the city of Santa Monica in a CVRA issue, which if the side of the city represented by Gibson Dunn prevails, could be perceived as weakening the CVRA, which could be perceived as contrary to our values as the commission. They're also the firm that prevailed in Bush v. Gore, as well as Citizens United. So on one hand, there's a perception issue there. On the other hand, they win. And since we have no idea on what basis we might be challenged, could be our maps, could be anything procedural starting anytime, including, tomorrow, for all we know. Having the strongest possible litigation resources at our disposal, our maps will mean nothing if we are successfully challenged on anything. Right? So as we discussed that as a legal affairs committee, we decided that meant something, and it meant enough to us to recommend Gibson Dunn as co-counsel. Now, of course, retaining two firms, of course, hoping that it will not end up meaning fully double the costs. We'd want probably Storm Officer Wutcher to be more involved early on, since they will be VRA, if they are indeed VRA counsel, and they can, align their work on the VRA stage of our work with the later need to defend that work. And then Gibson Dunn be more active if and when other challenges come. And the fact that they are a very large firm, international firm, and have, more or less unlimited resources was attractive to us, since we have no idea what challenges may come or what scale they may be. So that's where we landed. I should say we did not really consider costs. We were advised early on that was not, this is not a competitive bid. And, that wasn't going to be a major factor in ranking our recommendation. However, the full commission, of course, is welcome to consider costs and to make that more of a consideration than we did on the committee. I think that's about it. Commissioner Sadwani or Toledo, anything I missed?
I would just add, while cost was not a big factor in our decision, we did recognize that the commission would be able to, if we so choose to go forward with our recommendation, would be able to negotiate rates through the procurement process with any or both of the candidates, both for the VRA process and for the litigation RFI.
Okay, Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Yee and committee, I'm wondering, earlier we heard from former Commissioner Cynthia Dyer, and of a lot of thoughts that she had. One of them was to delay hiring. I'm wondering if that, how did that land for you?
We really didn't consider that because our job at the moment was to make a recommendation based on the RFIs and the responses we received. However, there's nothing in our discussion, I think, that is averse to that, except two considerations. One is, really not knowing when we might be challenged. Commissioner Dye mentioned, really not looking into litigation representation until just about when the draft maps were being released. We could wait till then, and if nothing comes along till then that would be fine. The other consideration is simply have it, if any firm we retain on our side will be a firm not available to anyone who wants to challenge us. And, how to weigh that, that's a pretty imponderable thing, but a realistic thing as well. So we did discuss that.
Commissioner Salado?
So for me, and while we didn't consider it very deeply, we did consider it, could consider the issue briefly, and that consideration has to do with our compressed timeline. We have a lot less time, and we'll be doing a lot of work this winter to do an RFI in the middle of the map drawing process when we would be very difficult and challenging to do. So the other thought that came to my mind was, and maybe to others as well, was that if we retain the attorney, we through the procurement process, we can actually control when we start to use that attorney. We can control quite a bit of we can control the cost, we can control the timing, we can control many aspects of the process with the vendor. And so this may allow us to not have to go through an RFI process later in the winter. Of course, if we could postpone it till after the maps were drawn in January and February, that might be a consideration. Although it would be nice, especially in this unprecedented time when we almost for certain will face challenge. It may be good to have legal counsel there to provide us with guidance on preventing litigation and working with us throughout the map drawing process as well. And we, of course, would have to manage any vendor. I think that whoever we hire as chief counsel has to know how to manage vendors, because if we don't manage the vendor and we don't control the cost, that's going to be on us and on our chief counsel. And so I think we can do that if we set ourselves up correctly. And I'll defer to my other two colleagues.
Commissioner Turner?
Yeah, along the same lines, because it's perhaps new information that just came in. Also, the other, it was all interesting points, but the other thing that kind of stuck with me was her suggestion that the new AG, Bonta, may take on litigation or assign someone. I wasn't sure. She briefly mentioned that, but I thought that was something interesting and that should be considered as well.
Certainly, the 2010 Commission, the AG's office declined to take on the litigation, at least the primary litigation. But who knows? Yeah, there's a new AG. So I might mention the stormwater. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Just going to mention the stormwater Witcher proposal involved a personnel change. Originally featured Professor Justin Levitt, very familiar to this commission, and we were looking forward to interviewing him, but another opportunity came this way. The team was able to replace him with David Becker, who has a lot of experience in the Department of Justice, as well as being the founder and director of the Center for Election Innovation and Research, an organization that does absolutely align with the Commission's values, straight up. So we found that impressive that they were able to recruit Mr. Becker. In terms of fees, Stormmaster Witcher provided us, a full fee schedule. Gibson Dunn did not, and described what they considered to be a more discounted approach from their usual fees, a mix of hourly and a fixed fee arrangements, but we did not pursue details on that. So, and then, Gibson Dunn was the largest single vendor expenditure 10 years ago.
Okay, Commissioner Sedwani.
Thank you. And thank you to Commissioner Yee for chairing this process last week and throughout this month. He's done a phenomenal job. And so I just wanted to recognize his good work here. I just wanted to also add, in thinking about this recommendation, looking back at 2010, they had a very different setup. But they did have co-counsel. They did have two different law firms that were involved in the representation of the 2010 commission. And so I just wanted to raise that. I think some comments were made about, why do you need two, et cetera. So I just want to remind us that this is not an uncommon solution. And I think what is different, the way we've distinguished ourselves from 2010, is separating the VRA component from litigation. And in that, really honing in on key experts with VRA experience. And I think we did receive several public comments about Mr. Becker, who certainly was new to us. Justin Lovett, we had as a guest many times. I think there was a lot of comfortability amongst many of the commissioners with that applicant in general. But we did have many people call in or write in saying that David Becker is a very reliable substitution of Mr. Lovett. Similar to Mr. Lovett, he's also spent many years at the Department of Justice under both the Clinton administration as well as the Bush administration, and so he does bring with him a significant amount of VRA expertise that I think will greatly serve the commission. I tend to agree with Commissioner Toledo on this point. Could we wait and do an RFI later on? Sure. But given the conversation this morning with the census delay, a potentially crunched timeline, I think we're going to have enough on our hands already, especially once we go out and start moving into community input sessions. We already anticipate those being very long days for us. So I think we had decided to do this process at this point in time, and my preference personally would be to continue moving forward. I don't know if Marion can speak more to the Attorney General's component. I know that there was a letter that had been written to the 2010 Commission at that time that we have full authority to hire outside litigation.
The commission does have statutory authority to hire its own attorneys, and that makes it somewhat unique among state agencies. And we did get that confirmed by the Attorney General, so we don't have to have the permission of the Attorney General like other state agencies do. Last time around, probably because the commission was so new, and because the AG is a political office, they did not wish to represent the commission. The cases they did represent the commission were where they were also representing another state agency, and so adding the commission as another client did not substantially change the work that was involved in the AG, and it was more of a administrative question or state government procedure, not so much to the merits of what actions the commissions took. So I have no idea about the new Attorney General. If you recall, there was some difficulty in getting the Attorney General to represent the commission in the citizenship case.
So I just wanted to, thank you, Marion, for that. I think that's helpful. And I think also through the negotiation process, we can put in a clause that basically would a contract would end once it's transitioned to the Attorney General's office. I think at some point we do anticipate transitioning our legal work to the Attorney General's office. At this point, we don't really know when that'll be, and so that's perhaps a piece of a clause or a provision that we can add and work through and negotiate with the with our firms. And to that, I would just ask Marion if she sees any problem with including such a term in our in a potential procurement agreement.
Attorneys are always at your pleasure, so you can discontinue them for any reason or no reason.
And then I think the other thing that we did discuss during public session was the possibility of, if for some reason any of these, and it goes back to the point that the Marion just pointed out, for some reason we needed a different attorney, we could always go back and post it. Worst case scenario, I think what we're hoping to is to avoid that scenario and work through a VRA counsel and a litigation counsel that would work closely with us and our chief counsel and be able to represent the interests of the commission and the people of California.
Very good. At this point, I would like to move to public comment. I see that we already have people raising their hands. So Katie, if you could read the instructions and then go ahead and invite the first caller in.
Yes, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 923-179-65628 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says, "The host would like you to talk. Press star 6 to speak." If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. And we do have a couple people in the queue. And I would like to remind people in the queue, if you would like to comment, please press star 9 to raise your hand, indicating you wish to comment. Mm-hmm. And the floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Rosalind Gold from the NALEO Educational Fund, ROSALIND, and the last name is Gold, GOLD. First of all, I want to thank you all again for a very thoughtful, very thorough review and assessment of which firms would be best suited to be both VRA counsel and litigation counsel for the commission to take on these very important responsibilities. And I also really want to acknowledge the Legal Affairs Committee for your hard work on this. I would just like to raise some issues for you to think about with regarding the role of Gibson Dunn as litigation counsel. I believe that there had been some consideration of how much Voting Rights Act experience and what kind of Voting Rights Act experience would be needed for the litigation counsel rather than the VRA counsel, particularly since the VRA counsel was specializing on voting rights issues, and it wouldn't necessarily be something that might cut up for the litigation counsel. Well, we would just like to note that given that compliance with the Voting Rights Act is the second highest criteria that the commissioners have to consider, and the criteria that's higher than that is, compliance with the Constitution. These are core redistricting concepts, and we feel it is critical for the litigation attorney chosen to have a very, very high level of experience and knowledge, not only of compliance with the Voting Rights Act, but also with respect to election law, government procedures law, dealing with agencies. And we just feel if you look at the experience of Gibson Dunn, you are not seeing the level of experience in those matters that you might be seeing or you are seeing with Sturm Wasser. So I think we would want to really understand better what the role of Gibson Dunn is being seen as with respect to litigation counsel and why a co-counselship is the approach that's being decided on. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Gold? Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Gold, for your comment. Katie, would you please invite the next caller?
Yes, Chair, I will. And I would also like to remind anybody in the queue to press star 9 to raise their hand if they wish to comment. I do have someone with their hand raised, however. I'm waiting for them. And the floor is yours.
Hello, this is Renee Westdelusk. I just have some questions. One has to do with the design committee on public input. They're having a meeting this Thursday. Will they be answering the questions that they put in their notes? And I'm specifically honing in on some of the questions having to do with criteria the CRC is looking in regards for COI, you know, what is considered eligible to be a community of interest, questions regarding security, how will you regard public input to make sure it's actually coming from California residents versus outside the state or even outside a district or a community of interest that's stating that they're within a certain area of the state. And then I wanted to know about the accepted methods of public input. I know you can send letters in via the U.S. mail to the commission and you can send emails, but I'm not quite sure what email address to use. And then I think I heard, maybe it was from the executive director, Hernandez, or the communications director, say how people could actually call in on the phone and leave comment. And then I wanted to know what the role of social media will be. Is social media going to be involved in one of the methods of public input? Because I have a concern regarding security. How can you be sure that's coming from the state of California? Those are my questions. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for calling. Commissioner Sinai or Commissioner Fornashari, would you like to answer the basic question is, will the subcommittee be responding to its own questions at the Thursday meeting, or is that to be at a later date?
Some of them. I can answer some of those questions now. As far as COI input and what we're looking for in COI input, we're addressing that through the materials committee, is developing additional slides for the education presentation to address that issue that's been brought up by a number of folks. As far as public input goes, we're not, we can't ask people to identify themselves or where they're from when giving public input. So, we have no mechanism for ensuring, that the public input is coming from California or from a specific region that we're targeting. The other question that you asked at the meeting, but you didn't ask today, is, if someone misses their regional meeting, can they go to a different meeting? And the answer is yes. We're accepting public input at all times. As far as how to provide us public input, if you go to wedrawthelines.ca.org, right on the home page, if you scroll down, it says public comment. There's an email address. There's a phone number to call during the meetings. There is the mailing address, and then there's a link to the COI tool, which is drawmycommunity.org. And I think, is that all? Did I answer all the questions? Commissioner Sinai, did I miss anything?
No, there's a lot of questions and we're not going to answer them all on Thursday, but that's why we're trying to keep them as people bring them up, and either the public or the commissioners at all meetings, and document them and go back to them and keep making sure that we're answering them. But I think you did a great job, Commissioner Franchari.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we do have one more caller.
Okay, invite them in.
And the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. This is Helen Hutchison with the League of Women Voters of California. I want to start by saying that we support the comments of our colleague from NALEO earlier just now. The League of Women Voters believes in efficient and economical government it requires competent personnel, clear assignment of responsibilities, adequate financing, and coordination among different agencies and levels of government. In addition to this overall principle, while we believe in full funding of government, we also strongly promote fiscal responsibility, the careful use of and accountability for the expenditure of public money. The past history of the Redistricting Commission was one of the firms under consideration, raises serious concerns about potential fiscal problems, the amount the firm charged, as well as cost overruns. If they were to be hired, the commission would need to exercise strict oversight of their work. Do you have that expertise? And if you do, is it the best use of limited time and energy of commission members? While the legislature has been generous with funding for the commission, the funds will not be unlimited. The commission has an obligation to think carefully before contracting with a firm that has overbilled in the past, and in addition, left litigation midstream over a potential payment delay. We do recognize that any contractor needs to be paid their business with their own costs. However, in 2011, Morrison Foerster did not leave the litigation, but instead chose to stay on and accept delayed payment. We're in debt to MoFo for their unstinting defense of the 2010 maps. Finally, I want to suggest that the commission focus more on the depth of a potential counsel's experience than overall size of the firm. Voting rights is a particular legal specialty, and the commission needs counsel that has a strong record of experience in this area. While challenges to the maps will most likely cite a variety of areas, at their root, the challenges, and especially the defensive maps, will be based on voting rights. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchison. Katie, that's all we have in the queue?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, we are overdue for our break. My apologies to staff for that. Let us take a 15-minute break In fact, let's take a 20-minute break and come back at 3:45. And that will be in closed session. So to members of the public, we thank you for joining us today. We look forward to seeing you at 9:30 tomorrow morning when not tomorrow, Thursday morning.
Thursday.
9:30 Thursday morning when we reconvene, Thursday, the 1st of April. So we will take a break right now and then go into closed session.